And now we've got them all here. We do have 288 cars on site. This is the 18th running of Drag Week in 19 years because like the rest of the world, there was no event in 2020. In the very beginning, we had only 41 cars at this deal, and 32 of them finished. And we've seen roughly that attrition rate throughout the years. There's 288 cars leaving Darlington this morning, and it'll be interesting to see how many come back here on Friday. It's probably going to be in the 230 neighborhood because the torture test really happens out on the streets. You'll see plenty of cars break here this morning, especially because there was no test and tune last night. Because of the rain, they weren't able to test, which means anybody who was planning on braking last night is in fact going to brake on track this morning. Last year we had 4 cars in the 6s, 2 cars in the 7s, and a record 33 cars in the 8s, also 27 in the 9s. So you will see plenty of very fast cars here. We do have 16 classes that are running, and as we go throughout the day when we've got downtime, I'll explain to you what that is all about. There's also some rule changes that I will get into, as well as some operational changes. One of them is that if you've watched the live feed in years past, you know that we used to have run groups that were in order by class. Instead, what we now do is run groups in order by ET. There's A, B, C, and D. A, for example, is quicker than 849, and that's what you're going to see on track here first thing this morning, and then it goes down slower from there. And the groups won't necessarily run in order every day. In other words, you won't see A first and B second every single day. That will be at the discretion of race control Lonnie Grimm. He will decide based on track conditions, weather conditions, and who's been able to get passes in, which groups will run first. So if you're a racer here, that's something you really want to pay attention to, is finding out when your run group will be live every single day. While we were off camera this morning from the live feed, we did have a driver's meeting earlier this morning, and the type of things that they go through there are the operations of how Drag Week works, and I will remind you on the live feed of what that is, and it will also serve as a reminder to the folks out here on the track who might not have been paying complete attention. First of which is, the big one, remember, tow vehicles and support vehicles are not allowed on the Drag Week drives or at each individual track. So trailers are required to be left behind. Now the race cars can tow their own trailer, but they can't have somebody following them with a truck and trailer or even just with an SUV loaded with parts or crew members or anything like that. So all of the trailers that brought cars here are stashed at the top end of the track. They should already be there now. And so that's one of the big deals, is that tow rigs stay here at Darlington throughout the week and are not picked up until the last day. We run a 500 Pro tree at Drag Week, which reminds me that's something that I need to convey to the track over here. And they're on top of that. We do run a 500 Pro tree. And that's a little bit unusual. You know, a Pro tree is normally 400 thousandths of a second between all 3 ambers lighting and the green light lighting. And this is 500. It's not completely out of whack, but it's a little bit unusual. And part of the reason that we did that is there is a new rule here where if your reaction time is more than 1 second, then the amount of reaction time over 1 second gets added to your ET. So that's a pretty big punishment on what we're doing here. And the reason for that is we had so many turbo cars that were sitting on the line staging for just like 20 minutes, and it was getting really old, and it wasn't making for good side-by-side racing. And so what we're doing now is getting those cars to, you know, focus on leaving the line quicker. You'll still see some turbo cars building up boost on bumping in, but you'll see the cars go down track side by side. And the other thing that that does is it solves the problem that we were having of a slow car in one lane leaving while the turbo car in the left-hand lane or in the other lane was building boost and then takes off, and we've got a car that's running 150 miles an hour that's getting passed by a car running 250 miles an hour. So that's part of the reason for that. Another big deal is that racers have to hand in their time slips every day before they leave. It is the racer's responsibility to hand in the slip. And the reason for that is that the way Drag Week works is that the winner in each class, except for one, which I will describe, is the one that has the lowest average ET throughout the week. So they run 5 different times at 4 different tracks. And their best ET, or the ET that they want to hand in, is what they give us every single day. Racers in the pits, your ET slips are going to go to the toter home. The ET slips go into the toter home. Now, the reason why a racer might not want to hand in his quickest time slip is that the other thing is that each racer is assigned a tech legal ET. We have cars here that are probably capable of running into the bottom 8s, but they only have a roll cage that's certified to 850. And so they cannot hand in a time slip that is quicker than their car is tech legal to. And that also might apply to a driver who doesn't have a license. So you'll see many cars that would give the illusion of being able to be quicker, but they're having to slow themselves down in order to meet their tech legal speed. You'll also see in some classes, we do not even allow a roll cage that is beyond an 850 cert. And Street Machine Small Block Power Adder is like the key class that we look at for that, because it's essentially become an 850 index class. If you're going to win that class, you need to average throughout the end of the week with 8.50x, 850 something, in order to be a hero. We have 2 people who have run exactly 8.5000, and I believe they're both on site. I know that I saw Honk If Parts Fall Off. He's a guy who's run that, and Dustin Trance is another one, and I think I saw his car in tech yesterday. I was able to get stories off a couple of dozen people before the rain really started yesterday, and as the week goes on, we will have more and more of those stories to share with you, not only from the track, but also from the road. We'll also have a lot of data to share with you about what's been happening on track. Once again, A category cars, we need you to lanes. We see the lanes are packed right now. I think we're waiting a little bit on track and timing equipment, and we will get you into action. Hot Rod Drag Week has only been to Darlington 1 time prior to this, and that was in 2018. And it was kind of an interesting story because there was a massive hurricane coming in. If you remember 2018, if you're a local, you know that that was like pretty ugly situation. And we sat here, we're like, well, we cannot force these people to drive on our specified route to the next track. It's going to be sort of every man and woman for themselves to get to the next track. And I believe we were counting on a rain out at the next track, and we didn't require a check-in there either. And so normally Drag Week requires the racers to drive on our specified route or route to the next track. And we just bypassed that time. And what's interesting about that is that rain was such a big story here at Darlington, and that carries back way to the very beginning, the origins of this track. This place was opened in 1976, and in 1976 they had their first IHRA Summer Nationals, and that event was completely rained out, and it was a huge problem for the finances on the place because it had opened that very year. Interestingly, Darlington Dragway here was founded by Harold Brasington, the same guy who built the speedway right down the street. Darlington Raceway Superspeedway opened in 1950. You know that track is the Lady in Black, or the track Too Tough to Tame. It is an egg-shaped oval right down the street. It's a big deal in NASCAR, and the same guy who founded that track in 1950 opened this one in 1976. The Twin Towers that you see here were designed specifically for corporate sponsors. Now, they bounced back with the IHRA event in 1977. They're home of the first 5-second door slammer pass, which was Mitch Stott. Right here. They've got a great concrete surface right now, no expansion joints, 660 concrete all the way to the 660. And it is 187 feet above sea level, static. I'll give you the density altitude pretty soon as our first pair comes to the line. Right now, the density altitude is 1,165 feet. We've got Glenn Hunter on the right-hand side. I'm going to have to apologize to you that right now we do not have all of the names and bits of data keyed into the computer here. So I'm going to have to go by my extremely failing memory on a lot of names and cars. The other thing is the window in the tower is quite frosted. I'm having trouble seeing out on the track, and it's hard to read numbers on these cars. So I will do my best to get you the information, and it will improve throughout the day and throughout the week. Hunter here on the right, Pro Street Power Adder car, your 3-in-a-row winner in this class. He won 2019, 2021, 2022. He's going to be one of the first cars down the track here in 2023. Left-hand side gets to the 8th mile, 489, and Glenn 590. Glenn's Chevy runs only a 952 at 124 coasting. Left-hand side 729 at 203 miles an hour. What a way to kick it off with a 729. The first pair at Drag Week 2023, which is presented by Gear Vendors Overdrives. Left-hand side in the Monte Carlo, Jason Bergeson. And in the right-hand side in the modified Power Adder class, Devin Vanderhoof in the 93 Mustang. The cars running in Drag Week are not running against each other, they're running against themselves. It's really a time trial. They're looking for their best personal ET. So when you see side-by-side runs, the cars are not necessarily in the same class. They're in the same ET category. Everybody you're seeing right now has a car that is capable of running quicker than 849, but you will see them in two different classes. For example, the Monte Carlo is in Super Street small block Power Adder. And it's modified Power Adder for the Mustang in the right-hand lane. Super Street's going to be a little more restricted than modified. Let's see how they do. And the Mustang's going to take the tire off of it. The Monte Carlo goes down to the 8th at 512 and hits the quarter mile 79478 at 171 miles an hour for the Monte Carlo. Density altitude's already come up a little bit here this morning. Right now we're at 1,394 feet. We have a couple of announcements here for the pits. There is a motorhome and trailer parked behind the pit grandstand that needs to be moved ASAP. There's a motorhome and trailer right behind the pit grandstand, needs to be moved ASAP. B, Bravo Group, your lanes are open. Bravo Group, lanes are open. Tony Hayes in the Nova in the right-hand side. Another Nova on the left-hand side I've got no name for. Oh, left-hand side, 766 with a 7 at 170.97 miles an hour and 788 at 165 in the right-hand lane. Remember, these cars are now going to hit the road and attempt to drive to the next track and make it all the way back here on Friday. If you're in the grandstands, you don't want to miss the action here on Friday. The cars that have survived the trip will be here. Guys will be tired, beat up, cars all patched together, and looking for their quickest ETs of the week. By the time they're back here on Friday, they got nothing to lose as far as breaking cars. You'll see them make a safety pass just to get their final run to have completed drag week, and then they'll come out and lay the nitrous to it, lay the boost to it, lay the timing to it, and try and run their quickest times of the week. So you don't want to miss it here on Friday. I missed it through the foggy glass here, but apparently we had a vehicle lost a hood. And they're going to go retrieve that off the other side of the wall down by the finish line right now. That's what we're holding for. In the right-hand side here, you can see Ryan Hargett. He's got a Super Street small block power adder car. Super Street is a category that has a little bit less of a restriction than our street race category. Street race has got to be stock suspension, small tire. You're only allowed an 850 cage. You're very limited on lightweight parts, whereas Super Street is a little bit more liberal, and you can have a 750 cage in the thing or quicker. Ryan here entered last year, but was out on day one, obviously returning in that Ford Mustang, the blue car on the right-hand side, to see what he can do at Drag Week 23. Now on the other side, we have Super Street big block power adder. That's Rob Senker in an 84 Pontiac Grand Prix. Now, the interesting thing that we've seen over the years in the power adder classes at Drag Week is that the small blocks and the big blocks run about the same. You look at the historical average on it, and there was really a point when we were going to take the Super Street class and combine it together into one because the small blocks and the big blocks were so similar. And as a matter of fact, we did that in the modified category, which is even more liberal than the Super Street category. Target and sinker, here we go. Target's going to get to the 8th mile in 5.14 seconds. And the Mustang goes through the quarter, coasting 912 at 103. And the left-hand side, 879 at 169 miles an hour. Phil Tobin, a returning drag weaker in his 93 Corvette in the right-hand side. And by the way, if you're watching the live feed at home, when I say right-hand side, that means right-hand lane. It's not necessarily the right of your screen. In the left-hand side, David Deal in the Mustang. Tobin in the right-hand side is running our all-motor category, which is a new thing we came up with starting last year. It is the more advanced, naturally aspirated cars. It is a combination of what used to be Super Street and modified into one class that is just a level up from the street race cars. So these guys are running no boost, no nitrous. And that's a Super Street small block power adder car on the left-hand side, Dave Deal. Right now they're fiddling with a sensor on the track. I think we'll get back going here in a minute. Reminder, time slips to the toter home under the roadkill tent. So look for that roadkill tent, and that's where you're going to return your time slips. You'll see a lot of racers here who are one and done. They make a pass, they've got a good number, they're going to hand in their slip and hit the road, because with some of these more extreme cars, it's going to take them a while to get the thing in street trim, you know, get the slicks off of it, maybe pull the blower belt, change the tune-up, maybe pull the methanol out of it and switch over to the pump gas. And then they'll hit the road, which can be a grueling drive, and it in itself can take a long time. We see many racers who don't even make it to the hotel at night. They come right to the track the next day after struggling on the street with breakage. And throughout the week, as we have more road trips, we'll be able to bring you those stories. One interesting sort of strategy that happens on day one at Drag Week is this is the day that you can change your class. You can listen to Keith Turk at the drivers meeting, who tells you how many cars are in each class, which is information I'll be able to get to you later on in the morning. And you can decide if there's a more advantageous class for you to bump into. You will see guys who are running in our Street Machine Eliminator category, which is specifically for cars that are 10.0 and slower. And they may decide that they want to bump into an actual class, not the bracket race class called Street Machine Eliminator, but into one of our so-called heads-up classes, just because they might have a better opportunity to take a podium position because of the car count. They'll take their risk. There is a rule in Drag Week where you can only run the lowest class for which your car is eligible. And that's to solve the problem that we had in past years of our unlimited category that has no rules, and there would be people with 12-second cars entering that category just for a shot at an overall win, or just because they wanted to run early in the day and then hit the road. You can't do that anymore. The rules have been changed so that each category or each class is required to have a certain speed capability. For example, you cannot enter unlimited unless your car can run at least 849, or at least it's teched at least that quick. And that keeps those 12-second cars out of the faster categories. As if on command, Keith Turk has sent me a list of cars by class, which I will get to you as soon as we've got a little bit of a break in the action. We're back with Tobin in the right-hand side running all motor big block. Here's another interesting thing about Drag Week rules, is that big block means cubic inch displacement. I think the brake is 430 inches. If it's bigger than 430, you run in big block. I'm going to have to check that exact number later in the week and get back to you, but it's something in that neighborhood. So if you've got, you know, an LSX block and you're running a 450 cubic inch LS, that puts you in the big block category. If you have a Hemi or a big block Chevy, regardless of displacement, you go in the big block category. And again, this Corvette is running all motor, naturally aspirated. The Corvette is off with a 1.42 short time. Left-hand lane 1.32 short time. Left-hand lane gets down 8.00 at 182 miles an hour. In the right-hand lane, Tobin 9.05, 139. You know that's a guy looking to run a high 8, naturally aspirated. Right-hand side, Evan Erkowitz. He is running in Pro Street Power Adder. Pro Street is a traditional back half car. Stock style front suspension. Not a full tube chassis. I do not yet have a name for this awesome whale body Mustang that's in the left-hand side, but he is running in unlimited. Let me just dig up who this is. And I can't do that. We don't have his name on the list. I'll get that resolved later on in the week. So Pro Street Power Adder on the right-hand side, Unlimited on the left-hand side. Back half car versus full tube chassis car. All right, the Mustang obviously rolled the beams before the tree was even activated, so he won't get a number, which means he'll have to come back later in the day for another attempt. The right-hand side, 826 at 168 miles an hour from Erkwitz in the Malibu. We do have 3,952 people watching worldwide right now. It is on YouTube. For those of you in the stands, you can go home and watch the replay later if you'd like, or you could also call it up on your phone and get a closer look at what's going on down on the starting line. We have multiple cameras walking around down there. Okay, now Jack Brooks on the right-hand side in Ultimate Iron. That's going to be a tube chassis car that has nearly stock body. Limited lightning allowed, definitely steel quarters and roof. That is the Ultimate Iron category. In the left-hand side's Jeremy Howell. He's got the Mustang that's running in Modified Power Adder. Modified Power Adder is very much like, I don't know, a more liberal Pro Street class, but on a small tire. I gotta go find out what engine's in that thing. You hear that thing going down? And he goes 773, 189 miles an hour. His 8th mile time, 5:11 at 147. I often say that day one of Drag Week is the world's largest collection of cars that did not run yesterday. There are so many stories of people who just got their cars together after thrashing them for maybe years, maybe days. And so you'll see that there is a lot of testing that happens right here in the first passes. The trouble with these quicker cars that are struggling here in the first session is that if they want to remain in Drag Week competition, they have to come back later in the day and get another run in. That just makes it more and more difficult to make the drive in a shorter amount of time later on in the day. Looks like he's just going to roll it down and get some data. Maybe not even that. Just getting out of the way. They got a little bit of liquid on the track off that last car, so they're going to go have a glance at that, make sure that we're okay. You know, if we're in a little bit of downtime, one of the things that you can do on the live feed is ask me questions. They go by pretty quickly. I can't guarantee I'm going to hit every one of them, but I will be able to address some of the things that you've got there. And I have to say, many of you on the live feed are fairly hilarious about the performance going on in the track. It's pretty fun to read. People saying there are some neat cars this year. You have not seen a tenth of them so far. There are some amazing cars here. One of the greatest things about Drag Week is the variety of stuff that shows up. Crazy engine combinations, beater-looking cars. It's a lot of fun. Questions coming in. Is Derek from Vice Grip Garage here? No. Is Tom Bailey here? Yes. Tom Bailey is here with 6 Seconds 1.0. Of course, Tom is our 5-time winner at Drag Week, and this time he brought back his car that first won way back in 2013. It's his sort of 10-year anniversary run here at Drag Week 2023. People asking if Brian Loans is coming in. That's like the most flattering thing that ever happens to me. It's like, hey man, Freiberger, you announcing Drag Week this year? Yeah. Is Loans going to be with you? That's what always happens. Yeah, he should be here tomorrow. The reason he's not here right now is they were racing NHRA Nats at Reading yesterday, and they had a rain out of, I think, the semis and the finals in Funny Car Pro Stock and Top Fuel. So they are running those out today, and he is there recording it for Fox, NHRA on Fox. So he will be thrashing his way in here later on tonight, and we'll see him tomorrow. Someone asked what Aussies have entered. You know, I haven't been aware of that just yet. I'm almost going to say none, but I'll get the facts for you on that later on. Don't think so. Is Cletus here? No. Is Schroeder back? Schroeder, who is the quickest nitrous car in the history of Drag Week, was testing last week and ended up not able to make it. So no, a shocker. Dave Schroeder not here. You know, despite some of the no-shows on these names, there are some new cars here that are just hairy looking. We'll see some of those coming up here in the very first session, because even if they haven't, somebody's wearing a England, is that right? I didn't catch your shirt. And I just got the news that we got water all the way down the track. So we will be dragging that, and this is a perfect time to give me more and more questions on the live feed. Is the Champagne Express here? Yes. What was I saying? Oh yeah, there's a lot of radical new cars here. So those will be coming up, and what's interesting is that even if they have not ever yet run, there's a lot of cars here that have just got together and they've never tested, but if their car is capable clearly of running like a 7-second time, they end up in the A group anyway, and that's why you're going to see some of the cars coming up here and struggling, as we've seen so far, just like the Nova that just irrigated our entire track. I'm being asked, is there a sealed hood rule or prize? Yes, we have little trophies for people who have a sealed engine, meaning that they wax the engine from the intake manifold to the cylinder head, and if you don't take the engine apart, I guess you can pop a valve cover and lash valves, but if you don't take the long block apart, then you can win a sealed engine. And they also have a sealed hood trophy. I'm looking right here on the live feed. They're down in the staging lanes. I'm seeing Bryant Goldstone. I believe I also saw, can't guess, sorry. They've panned past it too quickly. Is Alex Taylor here? No. Is Mike Finnegan here? No. Oh, someone asked, what is the most obscure car that you've ever had run? I wish I could remember the specific year of it, but there was something like a 1914, 1918 Franklin that ran, a Franklin car, big wooden wheels. It was bone stock. Often we have fun with the slowest car of Drag Week, and clearly that was it that year, a Franklin. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, look it up. Wait. I see Matt Frost in the staging lanes. Matt Frost, who runs Rocky Mountain Race Week. I see Jason Tabscott, our multiple-time winner in the small block naturally aspirated classes, running deep into the 8s with an NA small block. Looking forward to seeing more of that car this week. Are there any flathead Fords there? You know, I haven't seen every single car, so I can't answer you that. We have had hot rods here running with flathead Fords. Has anybody run a Tesla? Yes, we did have one Tesla that I can recall that ran Drag Week, and it was a few years ago before people were really aware of what they were capable of doing. And I really had suspicions that it wasn't going to be able to make hot laps, but I tell you, the guy was running 10s over and over and over. Get to the big end, turn around, come right back, keep running it. Interesting, those EVs not affected by weather. So yeah, we've had one. Someone's advising me the Tesla ran in 2019. People viewing on the live feed often having a better memory than I do. It's been a lot of miles for me between then and now. As a matter of fact, if you're sitting in the grandstands of the live feed and you have no idea who's chatting at you, this is David Freiberger. You've seen me on a number of MotorTrend shows. I do Roadkill, Roadkill Garage, Engine Masters, 3K Hoopty Challenge, specials. People are also asking if any of my other co-hosts are here. The only one I can think of is KJ Jones, who you have seen with me on the Hoopty World Championship show, and a couple of other things. Oh, people are asking about Steve Magnante. If you don't know who Steve Magnante is, he has been an automotive journalist for a long, long time. I first met him in 1989 when he and I were both freelancing for Chrysler Power Magazine. He worked for me at Hot Rod Magazine. You've seen him on Barrett Jackson, other TV shows. Junkyard Gold with Motor Trend was a Steve Magnante show. He has his own YouTube channel you can check out that has a lot of junkyard crawl going on. The guy is just like, he used to call himself Steve Magnante Car Savante. And he definitely is. He's got a lot of information in his head. Unfortunately, he's been in the hospital for quite a while with a brain infection. And it's something where he needs a lot of your thoughts and support. So I don't have any updates beyond that, but we want nothing more than to see him pull through. You'll see that MotorTrend, if you scan their YouTube channel, has posted a couple of the Steve Magnante episodes just in support over the past couple of days. One guy we do have here is Tom Bailey, who is now running the Sick Week events, and he's got 5 wins here at Drag Week so far. He has entered 8 times. He's DNF'd 3 times, and the other times he's won. In 2013, he won and ran 6s every single day, and that was his first win. That's with the car that he has here today, 6 seconds 1.0. 2014, he broke and was out. 2015, he won, and it was the first appearance of Sick 2.0, his more aggressive car. He won, but only ran ran 7s the very first day. 2016 broke first day and out. 2017 broke first day and out. 2018 he won. 2019 he won and ran the very first 5-second time of any car that had completed Drag Week or completed any drag and drive event. He went 5.998 at 250.46 miles an hour at Virginia Motorsports Park in SICK 2.0. One of the greatest moments of Drag Week. my only great drag announcing moment of all time. It was really, really a great moment there at Virginia. 2021, he wasn't here. And last year, he won a very tight race with Michael Westberg out of Sweden with a little S10 truck with a single turbo LS in it. And that guy in the S10 lost to Tom Bailey by 0.0025 seconds over a 5-day average. How hairy is that? And that's not even the closest win that we've ever had in Drag Week. It's the second closest. One time, I think we had a separation of 15 ten-thousandths of a second, which is amazing when you consider that it's over a 5-day average. And just you watch throughout the week on the Super Street Small Block, or sorry, Street Race Small Block Power Adder class, how close a bunch of the guys there are going to get to running 8.50 on average by the end of the week. If those people intend to win class, they better run an 850 every single day. One bad day will end up throwing them out of contention. We'd like to thank our sponsors of Drag Week. Of course, there's Gear Vendors Overdrives, who has been here for, I think, 16 of our 18 events, something like that. Rick Johnson and his family supporting us for a long, long time. We've also got Mickey Thompson Tires. Summit Racing has come in for the past couple years with really good support with parts availability. Molly Pistons is the official piston of Hot Rod Drag Week. Holly and NOS. Holly and NOS are here, and they are supplying nitrous for nitrous racers. And VP Racing Fuels is the new official fuel of Hot Rod Drag Week. One of the rule changes that was made for the rule set that is going to run from 2022 through 2024 is a radical liberalization of the fuels that are allowed to be run. You could never run methanol in all the classes until last year. So you'll see some of the heavy hitters here that are running on actual methanol, and you'll see a ton of E85, a few diesels, and of course a lot of gasoline. We roll back to action with Aaron Gerke doing that burnout right there in his modified Power Adder Ford Ranger pickup. Alan Muji in the left-hand side with the 72 Camaro, and he's running in Pro Street Power Adder. Twin turbo LS program in the left-hand side, and I'm not yet aware of what's powering the Ranger. Many, many Fords at Drag Week are powered by LS engines. I know it's devastating to you Blue Oval guys, but it's a fact. If you're on the live feed after this pair, we do have Tom Bailey coming up, so you want to tell your friends that they don't want to miss that. You should give them a call. Tell them tune in right now. We got 4,500 people watching worldwide as Alan Muji on the left-hand side and Aaron Gerke on the right-hand side are about ready to make their runs. Pro Street Power Adder car on the left-hand side. Pro Street means it must run a big tire, and it is a traditional back half car with a stock style front suspension. Limited body lightening is allowed. I believe they can do hood, trunk lid, and I think they can do Lexan. Neither one of them Caleb's going to get a hold of the track because they're both struggling and pedaling. It's interesting to see guys pedaling at Drag Week. That might mean that they don't want to come back and make a second pass, as Muji on the left-hand side goes 963 at 168 miles an hour. Kind of a healthy run after all that pedaling. And a big 129 miles an hour for the pickup truck for an ET that's only 1043. Yeah, neither one of them got out with a very good 60-foot. 187 on the left-hand side, 166 on the right. And here we go with our 5-time winner, Tom Bailey, in the left-hand side in SICK 1.0. This car powered by a Steve Morris engine, but it is a conventional big block Chevy. It is not the SMX design. This is the car that won way back in 2013. This thing has seen a ton of street miles, but boy did they go through a bloodbath yesterday and the day before. They rashed a bunch of bearings and even killed a crank and had the motor all apart, got the thing all polished or machined, got it back together, and here they are. Right-hand side, Michael Ward in the 63 Nova. Yeah, you can see Ward being moved over into a better spot on the track after the Ranger who just went ahead of him was spinning tires pretty hard. $4,800 people watching worldwide. Here's a reminder for those of you in staging lanes in the pits. You know, we had some big rain yesterday. If you drove your car in that, you really want to make sure that you don't have any water in the quarter panels or anything that you're dropping down on the track. We've seen that so many times at Drag Week with some big flooding that we've had in some of our drives. People will show up and water falls out of the rockers or the quarters. So if you can shake your car out, dry it off, drive it around a little bit, that can help. All right, folks, the wait that you're experiencing is because they've got a finish line sensor issue. So they're running down there right now to take care of that, but that's why we've had a couple of breaks here in the action. So once again, good time to ask me questions on the live feed. One guy brilliantly going, is Tom Bailey there? It's like, yes, he's currently on your screen in the left-hand lane, the right side of your screen. People are asking if these drivers are paid or if they win any prizes. Nope, this is for the respect of your peers, and a jacket from Hot Rod Magazine, a guitar from Gear Vendors, and of course, the overall win gets the Gear Vendors trophy. There's various other things from our other supporters, such as Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Holly NOS, VP Racing Fuels, and Edelbrock is an associate sponsor as well. People are asking once again for some history on the track, which is something we try and bring you every day at Drag Week. Darlington Dragway here was built in 1976 by Harold Brasington, the same guy who built the speedway right down the street, Darlington Raceway, the NASCAR track. So he opened that in 1950, and he opened this track in 1976. It has been an IHRA track, beginning with the 1976 IHRA Summer Nationals that rained out. 77 IHRA Winter Nationals started the entire legend of this place, which was solidified with a 5-second door slammer pass. The first 5-second door slammer pass was executed right here. The driver was Mitch Stott. And here we go. Tom Bailey out with only a 1:55 60 foot. He goes to the 8th mile, 5:27 at 161, and a 7:75 at 179 on the left-hand side for Tom Bailey. On the right-hand side, 8:0 at 170.97 miles an hour. I will advise that is not typically a drag week winning pass. At this point, you really want to see yourself into the 6s for a drag week winning pass. Last year, we had 4 cars in the 6s, 2 in the 7s, which is really down. We've had more 7-second cars in the past, and 33 in the 8s. David Armentrout's on the right-hand side. He's back. Multiple drag weeker here in the 67 Chevy 2 running in the unlimited class. And Jason Tabscott in the left-hand side. Watch this naturally aspirated small block run into the 8s. Oh, probably not on that pass. He's not getting a hold of the track. Tabscott will be back. Right-hand side, Armentrout, 796. Only 139 miles an hour, and a 907 at 153, not even getting a hold of the track with Tabscott on the left-hand side. Tabscott is a multi-time winner here. He is a small block naturally aspirated hero, originally running in the street race class and moving now into our new class called All Motor, which is a little bit more liberal for suspension modifications and things like that. In the burnout box here, you can see the green and black Nova of Matt Frost, who runs the Rocky Mountain Race Week. He has not been here to Drag Week in quite a long time. Happy to see him back. You can see he's got a Pro Charger, a snout drive Pro Charger. If you look carefully in the grill of that thing, you can see intercoolers, or excuse me, radiators side by side. And then right in the middle, you can see underneath the bumper, he's got the inlet for that Pro Charger. Looks like Frost is running in Ultimate Iron. Ultimate Iron is a category that sort of, for me, recalls the original days of fastest street car racing. You know, we started that at Hot Rod Magazine back in 1992 when I was a staffer. It was that event that went down at Memphis, and it was the fastest street car shootout. And back then, there were cars that looked like this. Full steel cars, roll-up windows, full interiors, door slammers, but they were full tube chassis cars. Back then, there were guys running 540s with old Chevy heads and things like that, big nitro systems on them. They were running in the 8s, and we were so impressed. We thought that was the craziest thing that we had ever seen. And now we're in here running in the 6s. While we're on break, let me give you a rundown of how the classes work here. Every class at Drag Week is broken down based on the level of engine modifications and chassis modifications, suspension modifications, tire size, and whether the things are naturally aspirated or not. For example, in Unlimited, there's essentially no rules other than requiring the cars to be quick enough to run in the class. They are anything goes. Down from that, you've got Ultimate Iron, which is a stock-bodied car, but pretty much unlimited as far as the whole chassis design and engine goes. Then Pro Street. We have two Pro Street classes. One is Power Adder and one is naturally aspirated. Those are all traditional back half cars. Steel, stock-bodied cars, back half, big tire, stock front suspension. Then you run into Modified Power Adder. We used to have Modified Power Adder and naturally aspirated. It's now been grouped together so that Modified is all a Power Adder class. We don't even separate them by big block and small block because the data showed over so many years that the big blocks and small blocks ran about the same numbers. And so Modified will be big blocks running against small blocks. Modified's a small tire class, which is essentially the same rules as Pro Street. They're back half cars. They do not have to have stock concept rear suspension at all. They're allowed a little bit more liberal body lightening than we see in the Pro Street class, but they're kind of like small tire Pro Street as far as the chassis goes. Next, we go into our Super Street category, and Super Street runs both big block and small block as separate classes, but those are both Power Adder. So every Super Street car is a Power Adder. Super Street is a stock-bodied car with bolt-on suspension that's a little bit more liberal than our next class down, which is Street Race. Super Street also allows more body lightening than Street Race, and it is allowed for a higher chassis cert than 850, which is the limit in Street Race. So the Street Race category is the most restrictive class in all of Drag Week. They've got to be stock-bodied cars. You can only have fiberglass hoods and I think perhaps bumpers. You have to have small tires. You have to have stock concept suspension. You can't have engine setback. There's a lot of rules on Street Race. I skipped our new category that started last year that's called All Motor. We have All Motor Big Block and All Motor Small Block. So what we did is we combined the rules for Modified and Super Street and put them into an All Motor class. And we took the naturally aspirated stuff out of Super Street and Modified. I know that's a little bit difficult to follow as I ramble through it right there. It actually makes logical sense. The All Motor category is like a modified car, but naturally aspirated. So they're allowed more liberal modifications than you'd find in Street Race. Now, the other classes that we have here are kind of for fun with both Gasser and Hot Rod. So Gasser is for cars that look like the Gassers of the 50s and 60s. Also allowable there is the altered wheelbase stuff, similar to what you would have seen in the earliest days of funny cars back in the 60s. So that's what Gasser is, and there is an A class and a B class. One's supercharged, one is not. Finally, there is a Hot Rod category, which is for traditional hot rods. And then our largest class by far, Street Machine Eliminator. Street Machine Eliminator cars must run slower than 10.00. And what those cars are doing, there's no rules on them. They just have to run slower than 10.00, and they are fighting their way into a 32-car field for a bracket race when we return here to Darlington on Friday. So once again, Unlimited, Ultimate Iron, Pro Street, Modified, Super Street, All Motor, Street Race, Gasser, Hot Rod, and Street Machine Eliminator. Now you got Ultimate Iron on the left-hand side, whereas Bryant Goldstone to the right-hand side. Bryant Goldstone, you know, I thought I saw an unlimited sticker on his window, but maybe that was A class. He's actually in the B class, which is also unlimited iron, ultimate iron. Goldstone here in the Javelin has won class in 2015, 2016, 18, and 22. He also made the best single pass in the history of the class last year at a 663 with a 9. This car got upside down in Michigan a couple years ago and came back and inverted his paint scheme. It used to be red with black sclames or flames, and now he's inverted that with the red flames, black body. Matt Frost pedaling it on the left-hand side. He went a 110 60 foot, and Frost gets down at a 703 at 203 miles an hour. And Goldstone in the right-hand side, 796 at 176. Now you'll see that Goldstone went red. That does not matter here at Drag Week. This is time trials. The reaction time really has nothing to do with it unless your reaction time is over 1 second. And in that case, we take the amount of time in excess of 1 second and add it to your ET. So that's a bad punishment. But there is no penalty for a red light. Scott Glassbrook is back with his 91 Eagle Talon. And the Mustang is back. We saw him fail to make a pass earlier today. He's back. Man, listen to the Eagle Talon. Look at him go. A 1-2-3 60-foot time. 577 to the 8th at 116, and he goes down the quarter 917 at 142 miles an hour. The Mustang, interestingly, gets down at 152 miles an hour, but he only went 1210. He's still struggling. Racers in the pits, we do have some packages that have been delivered to the track. If there's any of you who have ordered items, they are here on the right side downstairs of the tower. We've got 5 different packages here. Chris Thompson on the left-hand side out of California with the 68 Dodge Dart, twin turbo, small block Mopar. Brian Acton is back at Drag Week. He's got the 70 Nova. Acton gets out on a red light, which once again doesn't matter. He's street race small block power adder, which means he's really going to want to see an 850, but he doesn't. It's an 863 with a 9 at 157. And Thompson in the left-hand side runs below his potential, a 9.0 at 152. That is an 8-second car on a normal pass. He has been another guy who's been struggling hard to get that car together and driving all the way out from California to make this happen at Drag Week. Left-hand side, Chris Ingle. And that is, honk if parts fall off on the right-hand side, Rick Steinke, one of the only guys in class, one of two to ever run a perfect 8.5000 in the class that is essentially an 850 index. Engel with the Nova running an Ultimate Iron. And of course Steinke, street race small block power adder. Eighth mile, 5:46 for Honk, and he goes 8:52 at 1:59. You will see that car make many, many laps to try and run 8.50. I think he's run as many as like 10 or 12 laps in a day trying to get a perfect time. Disappointing run on the left-hand side, 10:54 at 1:27 for the Ultimate Iron Nova. Oh, Matt Sweet on the left-hand side. This is a great story. This thing has a big Hankin Sonny's motor in it. I think it is in excess of 800 cubic inches. He's running Pro Street naturally aspirated, and he is going after Doc McIntyre's record in class. On the right-hand side, Nick Mancini in the 1985 Cutlass. That car is running in street race a big block power adder. Matt Sweet gets out with a 1:19 short time. He goes to the 8th, 5:06, 1:38, and the quarter mile, 7:91, 171 miles an hour, naturally aspirated. 7:91. I was looking up some data there on that run from Matt Sweet in the Pro Street Naturally Aspirated category. He just went 7:91, the quickest pass in the history of Drag Week for Pro Street NA. Actually, the quickest NA car of all time is Doc McIntyre. In 2019, his single pass 7:89. So we're seeing Matt Sweet knock on the door of that. The quickest average run for the end of the week we've seen is 8:03, so that's what Matt Sweet's shooting for. That is going to be one to watch. Chris McNeely on the right-hand side just rolled 9:02 at 1:46. Left-hand side, 9:75 at 1:36. I believe that was Mark Cicino on the left-hand side. He's got a different combination this year, and he just went 9:13, 1:54. That should be an 8-second car, and I apologize that I got my names wrong in the computer for the right-hand side, so I can't tell you who that was, but they did run 9:73 at 1:40. Mark Campbell in the right, in the street race small block power adder Mustang. On the left-hand side, Jason Rousseau in the 80 Malibu. And these cars are both running in the same class. Street race small block power adder. You don't always see that at Drag Week. It's time trials, not class wins. So there's not always the same class in side-by-side runs. You got Jason backing out. Mark Campbell, 824 at 166 miles an hour. See, the problem there is that in this class, you can only hand in an 850 time slip. So he just blew past his tech legal speed badly. Street race small block power adder car can only go 850. So he's going to have to come back again and try and slow that thing down and probably have a discussion with Lonnie Grimm. All right, Jason's going to stage this thing again. Jason Rousseau, running the same class. He's looking for an 8.50 number with his Malibu. Eighth mile, 5:56. Quarter mile, 8:65 at 1:59. So not quite quick enough to be somebody in that class. Here's a pair that has been a drag week forever. Right-hand side, Frank Romano out of New York with the 55 Chevy. You'll see this thing bang shifting all the way down with big block power. He is running in the Super Street big block. Oh, he's in the power adder class this year. I think he's got a little nitrous plate on that thing. He did that last year as well. In the left-hand side is Dustin Trance in the Mustang, and he is one of two guys who has run the perfect 8.500 number in street race small block power adder. Trance on the left-hand side having won class the last 2 years in a row. Averaging 852 in 2021, 851 in 2022. Let's look for 850 in 2023. Dustin Trance on the left-hand side in the Mustang. Trance is out on a red light. That won't matter. He goes 126 to 60 foot. It's 8th mile, 546, and he goes 857 at 156.9. Frank in the right-hand side, 1025, 140. If I had to guess, you'll see that Mustang come back another several times. Randy Seward on the right-hand side in the Mustang, and on the left-hand side, long-time drag weeker Dale Gebhardt, a Mopar-loving family who has always brought a fleet of cars out here to the event. This time he decided to do it in his brand-new Hellcat Red Eye wide body. That thing's essentially stock with some different wheels and a couple of suspension modifications. Nothing on the engine just yet. Mustang goes down, 8.499 with a 2. Just a hair too quick for the class. He cannot hand in that time slip. He ran 160 miles an hour in a Mustang. On the left-hand side, the nearly stock Hellcat Red Eye goes 11.18 at 119 miles an hour. I do not have data on this pair. I can tell you that in the left-hand side, that car is running an Ultimate Iron, the white Mustang. Wow, that's a little bit deceptive. Doesn't look like a full-on tube car from here. That could mean that it's got some front suspension modification that bumped it out of Pro Street. We'll have to have a look later on as he pulls a nice little wheel stand out of the hole with a 1.22 short time. The 70 Mustang gets down 858 with a 356 miles an hour, and the right-hand side 970 at 142. Ooh, here's a good pair coming up. In the right-hand lane here is the little Volkswagen convertible out of England. In 2019, this thing caught fire on day one of Drag Week, and he was here last year, and he had a crank trigger wheel explode, and it ended up taking him out of the event. We're glad to see him back. Notice that the little V-dub is right-hand drive, and he is hunting for mid-nines in this car. In the left-hand side, Jeff Mall is running the four-door 67 Nova with a ProCharger combo. Both of these, I think we got miscategorized here on the Volkswagen. I'm going to have to check data on that as well. Oh, did you see the wheels come up in second gear on the Volkswagen? That was radical. The VW goes to the 8th mile, 6:13, and the quarter mile, 9:59.22 at 141 miles an hour from the Volkswagen. He was quicker than the Nova at 9:86 at 139, and more mile an hour out of the Volkswagen. I love that thing. I hope he can put that together all week long. One of his buddies was telling me this guy has no dial it back in him. He's going to run that thing all out every single time. He's taking risks. You know, the deal at Drag Week is often survival, and it is not a survival move to go all out on every single pass. All right, we just saw the Willys leave the line. He is running in our hot rod category. The Willys, 993 at 132. And the left-hand side Nova went 855 at 159. That Nova was running modified power adder. Here we've got a hot rod past class winner in the left-hand side. And in the right-hand side, a gasser category car, Wayne Baker. So these are our retro classes. Mark Fisher there in the 32 Ford pickup in the left-hand side. He holds the record in this class. The winning average, 9:15 on a 5-day average, and just now he went 9:09 at 147 miles an hour. That is an 8-second capable truck. He didn't pull it off that time because he ended up having some health issues, and he's put the thing together just recently with some parts that weren't everything that he wanted them to be. But he's out here racing Drag Week as a personal goal, and even as a past winner, he's like, I don't care if I win, I'm just happy to be here, and we love to see that attitude. 63 Nova on the right-hand side, that gasser went 9:14 at 145. We swing back to the starting line, and we've got Greg Black on the left in the 66 Mustang. And Joel Burke is in the 11 Mustang. Burke, street race small block power adder. And Black is running in modified power adder. Theoretically, modified in the left-hand side is the quicker car. Doesn't always work out that way. It has been interesting also to see the history of records in the class. There are often classes that have lower equipment specifications on them, like let's say restricted tire size, that end up being quicker overall than some of the classes with more liberal levels of modification. Kind of interesting to follow how that goes. A lot of drag racers get really torqued about, you know, 4-link versus stock suspension and things like that. It has tended not to matter as much at Drag Week, probably because of the attrition of cars on the street more than the performance of them on the track. I don't know what's going on there. That was an interesting leave. He's just going to roll that thing on down. That was Joel Burke. All right, we got a drive shaft out of the Mustang there on the left-hand side. They're going to have to check the track for some needle bearings. So that was a couple of disappointing runs. Now the mad thrash begins. This is what separates actual hardcore drag weekers versus people who are just fooling around. It's whether you put in the effort to get the car going again. There's always a way. This is a do or die situation. People here generally realize, man, if I want to finish, I got to keep my junk running, and they will jump through flaming hoops to get their car fixed. They are allowed to get help from other racers in the pits. There is a caveat to that in the impound area that I'll tell you about when we don't have cars running on track. Clyde Carlson just took off in his 69 Nova on the left, and that's Jason Willis in the right-hand side in the Corvette. The Nova goes 846 at 164, and the Corvette 987 at 134. Racers, as a reminder to turn in your time slips by the toter home underneath the roadkill tent. Don't forget to turn in your time slips as Holden Kramer goes down the track in his Malibu wagon, and Tom Ressler on the right-hand side in the Chevy Colorado. The Colorado goes 916 at 148, the wagon 944 at 142. Once again, racers, we have issues with rainwater coming out of rocker panels and quarter panels. Please get that taken care of before you come up to the line. And don't forget to hand in your time slips. Ashley Foreman in the left-hand side. No, I don't think so. Got my name wrong in the computer. They're telling me it's a Mustang. That is a Honda. Honda! The Honda gets out with a 154 short time, but those front-wheel drives will give that up and make it up on the top end. He goes to the 8th mile at 668. And the Honda 1009 at 149. And in the right-hand side, 1000 at 138. It's very cool that I get notes via text from my friends while we're doing the live feed here from Drag Week. A whole bunch of people giving me data. Here's one. Kevin McKenna from National Dragster advises me that not only is Darlington the scene of the very first 5-second door slammer, it's also the very first 200-mile-an-hour door car. Bill Kuhlman in 1987. So thank you, K-Mac, for that information. And I'm also getting news from Brian Loans. Remember, Brian was supposed to be here announcing with me, and he is up in Reading, Pennsylvania, Maple Grove, wrapping up the NHRA Nationals there. They had to run semis and finals in Top Fuel Funny Car Pro Stock and maybe even Pro Stock Bike. He advises me that Tony Schumacher just beat Torrance in the semi. So Schumacher and Doug Kalita in the final. Oh, and he just corrected himself. He goes, oops, Torrance and Kalita in the final. Bummer. Usually you'd never catch Brian Loans in a mistake, but he's going to get on me because I'm the one that repeated his mistake before he could correct it. Oh, way out of control. Glad he kept that one off the Christmas tree. Another thing Loans advised me of is this is one of only 2 tracks in the world with continuous pour concrete all the way to the 660. He hasn't advised me what the other one is, but there's a fun fact to know and tell. And Warren, running our live feed here, advises me that it is Texas Motorplex, which is continuous pour all the way to the finish line. So there you go. We have expertise, not on the microphone, but via text and the background. I promised to tell you about our impound area at Drag Week while we've got another break here. Impound is a situation that started because of the rule that requires all of these cars to be on their own out on the road without support vehicles. We had many years where there was a lot of fighting about that and a lot of accusations about people cheating out on the road, getting help, things like that. And so we created the impound area, which is where cars need to go to get observed by the Drag Week crew to make sure that they're only being worked on by the driver, passenger, and other people who may at times be authorized by Keith Turk or other people that are operating the impound area at that time. In other words, we'll let you get some help with some other racers if you're in a situation, as long as it's obviously an impromptu situation and not a deal where you have brought a suburban load of crew members with you. Also, if you are running 8:49 or quicker and are top 3 in your class, you report to impound every day just so that we can make sure that you are legit. I just heard something that sounded a lot like not a V8 on the starting line. This is Damon Elf in the 95 Supra. Not getting a hold of the track. Just for your edification, he just went 141 miles an hour. And he barely got on it till the 330. Weather still not too bad here. 70 degrees outside, a density altitude of 1,571 feet. The live feed's giving you a look at the cars in the staging lanes. A lot of really good stuff coming. You can see some gasser category stuff. This Mustang right here that you're looking at, I believe, is powered by a 2-valve. I think that's the one. Oh, no, maybe it's not. Then you've got the Chevette with LS power right there. That thing is a big-time wheel stander, or it used to be. He switched out aluminum block for an iron block, so we'll see how that goes later in the day. See the weights on his front bumper to keep the nose down? That might be a little sketchy. You got genuine Pontiac power and the Firebird right behind him. And Doggy. I think I see Darren Ambrose there. Once again, racers, if you're packing it up, do not forget to hand in your time slip. It is at the toter home where you were for registration, underneath the roadkill tent. Make sure to hand in your time slip. And remember that when you hit the road, you will get the directions from the route that you were required to take by Hot Rod. You cannot just freelance it on your own, hit the highway and cannonball. You must take the route specified by Hot Rod. And that'll be posted on hotrod.com so that if you're local and you want to see all the cars driving by, you can hit the streets and see what's going on there. Let's talk about how this whole thing got started. We can go back into, well, you could go back into the beginning of time and say, who's got the fastest streetcar? People were trying to figure that out in the late 1800s. But as far as Hot Rod Magazine goes, I was a staffer there starting in 1991, and by the time 92 rolled around, the whole staff was noticing that the streetcar racing thing was taking off. There was like the Top Gun event in Atlanta, and there was the Orlando thing happening, and there was just a lot of people building cars. And we got into an argument, well, a discussion one day in a staff meeting saying, who's actually got the fastest street legal car in the country? And ultimately said, well, there's only one way to find out. And so Jeff Smith, who was the editor at the time, got together with Richard Small, who was with Flowmaster Mufflers at the time. He was like their key marketing guy. And he also got together with Russ Smeltniks and Ivar Smeltniks at the NMCA, National Muscle Car Association, and put on a race. At the time, NMCA was really for bone stock restored muscle cars and for nostalgia super stock cars. And we came in there in 1992 at the Memphis racetrack with all of this all hanging out, tubbed, nitrous, crazy cars. And I forget how many we had. There might have been 40 or something. But we had the very first Hot Rod Magazine fastest street car shootout. And I mean, the grandstands were packed. It's one of those things, you know, how people will ask you much later, they'll interview you and go, well, did you know at the time that it would become what it's become? And the answer is actually, we did, because it was such a hit and the magazine sold like crazy. And next thing you know, we were doing it year after year. The company ended up eventually owning the National Muscle Car Association as they continued running the fastest street car shootouts. But at that time, I had moved on. I was the editor of either Carcraft or Four Wheel and Off-Road magazine, and I was looking at what was happening over at Hot Rod, and I was like, these cars are getting so far out of control. You know, they were not street cars anymore. They started doing the 30-mile drive there at Memphis where they'd run them around the track and try and get them to restart, but it wasn't a real street car test. And then Real Street started at some point, where they were starting to do more and more street drives. And then you get into circa 2005, and I was the editor of Hot Rod Magazine at that time, and came up with the pump gas drags that we also did at Memphis. And that was a deal where we went to comp cams in Memphis, and we filled up the cars with Rocket brand 100 octane fuel, and drove them to the track, and they had to make 3 laps, and the lowest average ET won. Now, maybe that first one was 2004, not 5, because in 2005, we started Drag Week. It was the very first of the drag and drive events. And so that's sort of the progression, how we went from guys actually racing on the street to guys doing events to Hot Rod noticing those events to Hot Rod putting together its own, and how that spun into an entire racing series, which still has trickle-down effect in the whole industry today. And then the pump gas drags, which only lasted, I think, 3 or 4 years, something like that. I should know, I was there. And then looking at that pump gas drags going, you know, this isn't cutting it. We need to do Drag Week where we make this junk actually drive on the track. I was inspired by One Lap of America to come up with the whole drag and drive idea. So it's really nothing new. Those guys were already doing it on road race courses and autocrosses. We just applied it to the drag racing world. And here we are today, where this year there are 31 drag and drive events. It's strange how this is the 19th year of Hot Rod Drag Week, actually the 18th running, 19th year. And really the competition for this event didn't take off till I think Rocky Mountain Race Week was the very first one. And that has to be 5, 6 years ago or something like that. And then, of course, more recently, Sick Week has taken off, and then it just absolutely snowballed into 31 events in multiple continents. They do this in Australia. They do it in Sweden, England. There's Canada, of course, Miles of Mayhem, and then all the stuff that's happening, be it a full week-long event or a multiple week event now we're seeing with, I think, the Death Week that Tom's got coming up. And, of course, Drag Week, which is a full 5 days. So that's kind of the rundown about how all of this sort of happened. I'm looking back at the beginning of time as far as drag week goes. In 2005, we only had 3 cars in the 8s. Of course, there was only 41 cars in the whole thing. It began at KCIR, which isn't even there anymore. We had 41 cars, 32 finished. Our biggest year ever was 2017. There was 400 plus cars starting at Cordova. We've always had registration caps at Drag Week, and it's currently 400 cars. It sells out right away, but it's amazing how many people will sign up and then drop out. And what's even more interesting is that we have a wait list. So people will sign up, and then they'll drop out weeks to months later. Before we're even here at registration day, they'll drop out, and then we'll fill them in with people who are on the wait list. I bet you there's 500 people who have had intent to come here and have actually registered. And this year, we show up with 288 cars. That many people have their plans fall through. And that's pretty typical. You know, we normally see just over 300 cars here at the event. You know, like 337, 338, something like that. But in 2005, we only had 3 cars in the 8 and 1 in the 9s. In 2013, 4 cars averaged in the 7s, 8 averaged in the 8s. And last year, we had 33 who averaged in the 8s. And by average, I mean that's the average of 5 runs throughout the week. I do have records now. You know, there was a long time we didn't really keep records. I sat down and went through all of the data and compared it to some of the stuff that Gebhardt's had done, and we now have Drag Week records organized, so we know the quickest average ET in every class and also the single best pass. Now, to get a record or a single best pass, you have to finish the week. You cannot set a record if you just show up here on day 1 and go blast 540 or something and don't show up the rest of the week. Doesn't work that way. You got to finish. The quickest average that we've ever seen is back in 2016, Jeff Lutz in his 69 Camaro Mad Max Pro Mod car averaged 619, and his best run of the entire week was 610. The single quickest pass of all time, just one run, was Tom Bailey in SICK 2.0, and that run was 5.998, the very first drag and drive car ever in the 5s right here at Drag Week. And he also ran 250 miles an hour. That was at Virginia Motorsports Park. Bryant Goldstone is on site here this week with his 73 AMC Javelin. So one you saw earlier, it's black with the red flames on the front. And he holds the records in Ultimate Iron. Also incredibly impressive. Let's see, 2016, he set the best average of 685. But his best single ever was last year. He went 663 with a 9 on a single pass. He was in the 7s earlier today. Hopefully he comes back and runs a quicker number than that. Another big winner that we've got here is Glenn Hunter with his 56 Chevy. I believe a 3-time winner in Pro Street Power Adder. And he was the first to run 7s every single day in class. And his quickest average was 744. We're talking about that sort of creamsicle car, the orange and white 56 Chevy Pro Street car. And his single quickest pass of all time was 2019, when he also ran 7s every single day. He went 723 with a 7. That car has actually been in the 6s. All right, we have our first request for Racer in Need. We need a metric 14 by 2 millimeter thread pitch bolt, approximately 1.5 inches long. It is used to hold an aftermarket power stop front caliper bracket onto the spindle. So you need to see Ken and Nathaniel Mahoy in the black and red Monza Spider. They're looking for a metric 14 by 2 millimeter thread pitch bolt, approximately 1.5 inches long. If you can help them out, they've got the black and red Monza Spider. If you are in need, you can drop a note up here in the tower, and I will call it out for you. You just pop your head in the door and hand a piece of paper to Michelle, who's sitting right here, and she will hand it off to me. and then we will announce it to the entire world. You know what's interesting? We have had situations on the live feed where I call out for a part, and there's somebody who's watching the live feed who sees it and comes and delivers it to the track. And we have a lost wallet. Dale Gebhardt, you lost your wallet. It's going to be at the toter home. We will know that it's yours because we will stand there and compare your photo to your license, and because we all know who you are. Dale, you lost your wallet. It is at the toter home. Another announcement today is that we are not going to be doing the reaction time penalty today. Once again, today there will be no reaction time penalties. This is the thing where if you cut more than 1 second, we add it to your ET. We've had a couple situations of that Lonnie and Keith have reviewed, and they are not going to do any reaction time penalties at all today. David Burke, longtime drag weaker in the left-hand side in the 79 Le Mans, and another superhero, Steve Winningham in the right-hand side in the 81 Mustang. Winningham running in our all-motor program, all-motor small block. Burt gets out first. Burt goes to the 8-mile 6:12. Quarter mile 9:66 at 1:37 on the left-hand side. Winningham on the right-hand side with his naturally aspirated car. 9:65 at 149.45 miles an hour. Right, you're starting to see some of our gas class cars come up here. You can see the 55 Chevy here in the left-hand side. Oh no, he's running in Street Machine Eliminator with that car. I expected it to be a gasser category just based on appearance, but it's actually Street Machine Eliminator. Jamie Jarvis in the left-hand side. Steve Brack is in the right-hand side. Puffing some interesting looking smoke, maybe perhaps valve float, something along those lines. The 55 runs 9:91 at 1:35, which is a hair too quick for the class. They can only hand in a 10:0 time slip. Issues continue in the right-hand side for Brack, who coasts to a 12:81 at 79 miles an hour. Robert Anders. This thing is a lot of fun. The Chevette in the left-hand side. He's got LS power in this thing. I think it's a 6-liter. Last year it was an aluminum block. Now it is an iron block, which he did to try and keep the front end down. Well, that because he had a gash in a cylinder wall and needed to block real quick. But he justified it to himself going, I need more weight in the nose because this thing wheel stands. And look at the front bumper. He's got some big old lifting weights on the front bumper. Taylor Hendrick in the right-hand side with a 2002 Mustang. I believe this is the Mustang that's running a 462 valve. Last year he had the thing all apart on day one. Actually tore a mod motor down to the short block in the pits on day one. I think this is the right car that I'm looking at. And the Chevette kept the front end down and goes 9:52 at 1:37. Right-hand side, 8:61 at 1:75. Yeah, he's got that Chevette disappointingly under control. I like the bumper draggers out of that thing. Waiting in the burnout box are a couple more people who've got a lot of drag week experience, specifically left-hand side, Randy Bellahar, street race small block power adder. Actually, I think he may have changed classes. I'm seeing a different class on screen. That thing is genuine Pontiac power. He's had a big block in it for a long time, nitrous power on that thing. He used to show up with a giant, I think it was a Grand Prix or Grand Am, definitely Grand Prix, all Pontiac power. The right-hand side, Jim Weiser in the 84 Monte Carlo SS. Weiser running in, street race small block power adder. I had a moment of class confusion a minute ago, and one of the reasons for that is this is the day when racers are allowed to change their class. If they can sort of look at their competition and realize that they're going to do better in a different class, they can do something like add a fiberglass part that'll change their class, or take off their power adder to change their class. And so you do see guys jump around today, and we don't yet have their data changed in the computer. In a moment, I will give you the rundown of how many cars we do have in each class. Bellahar's off on the left-hand side with pure Pontiac power, a 1:27 short time. He goes 5:48 to the 8th, and out the back, 8:57, 1:56.47. Now for Weiser, it looks like he might have left before the tree was activated. He got a red light. He's not going to get a time. Now we have Michael Good in the left-hand side and Jeff Butland in the right. Butland in the Vega. The Vega running an unlimited. You look at that car and you say to yourself, that is not an unlimited class car. There's something technically on it that took it out of contention for any of the other classes. Either that, or he'll visit Keith Turk later on in the week and get changed as he leaves with a beautiful wheel stand. You saw him pedal it right in the middle of that wheel stand and sort of teeter the front end back and forth. Very cool. 8th mile, 580 out of the Vega, and quarter mile, 9:01, 147. Good in the left-hand side, went 10:61 at 1:32.78. Darren Ambro on the left, and our past Spirit of Drag Week winner, Jeff Oppenheim, on the right-hand side. Spirit of Drag Week is a deal that we give at the end of the week to the person who most embodies sort of the keeping a smile on your face, keeping going no matter what, helping out everybody else along the way, and maybe even giving us a good bit of entertainment while you're doing it. That is Spirit of Drag Week. It is decided by the Hot Rod Magazine staff and Keith Turk and Lonnie Grimm. We all sort of get together at the end and say, who was the coolest guy here? And we name them. It's been going on since the beginning. We came up with that on a whim the very first year after we watched a guy drive a factory Hemi Superstock Dart the whole way. Here guys pedaling it out there still. Ambro on the left-hand side is running the Malibu. The right-hand side goes 882 at 153. Left-hand side 932 at 151. Alex Corella in the left in the Mustang. He is running street race small block power adder. The Mustang on the right-hand side is running an all-motor big block, the all-motor class. And if you look at this thing, I believe it is a big block Ford from photos that I saw yesterday. See the tunnel ram sticking through the hood? The naturally aspirated cars are really kind of the biggest heroes here in the sense that it's a lot of work to keep that valve train and RPM and converters or clutches. It's hard to keep all that stuff surviving all week. Carella on the left-hand side goes down 852 at 160. The naturally aspirated car goes 849 at 162 in all motor big block. 849, 162, no nitrous, no boost. The naturally aspirated cars tend to need much larger camshafts that are more abusive on the drivetrain than the boosted cars in order to make the same power. They need more RPM. They tend to have looser converters, deeper gears. That's what makes it so difficult to run NA competitively on drag week. Here's another NA car coming up on the right-hand side out of Canada. Oh, sorry, left-hand side out of Canada in the Trans Am. That has got a 540 big block Chevy in it, a Pete Harrell motor. That's Matt Tracy on the right-hand side in the 71 Corvette. Corvette's running in modified, perhaps because it's got a solid axle in the back. I'm getting that vibe from looking at it in the starting line, although that's not a fact, but that's the type of modification that would move him over into modified. The Corvette gets out with a 1:45 short time, 8th mile 6:46, quarter mile 10:14 at 133 miles an hour. On the left-hand side, the naturally aspirated 540 Chevy in the Trans Am goes 10:56 at 127. Devin Vanderhoof on the right-hand side has got that convertible Mustang. The left-hand side, John Mankia's back in his Street Machine Eliminator car in the 71 Camaro. Street Machine Eliminator is the class that is looking to run, well, they can't run faster than 10.0. And our bump spot has been in the 10s the past couple of years for the cars that are finding their way onto a 32-car ladder for the bracket race that we will run on the last day back here at Darlington. Devin gets out in his modified power outer car. The convertible Mustang goes 701, 197.2. 701, 197 in the modified class. Left-hand lane Mankia, 1158 at 129. Slowing down to 1158 with a big mile an hour. Here's another couple of cars we are stoked to see back. Scott Miller on the left-hand side has run this Mercury Cougar with FE power many times. I'll need to look it up. I'm sure he has been a class winner. As you might have guessed, that is a diesel truck on the right-hand side. The diesel goes 593 to the 8th mile, which gives him 928 at 145 at the big end. And the FE powered car on the left-hand side, 986 at 145 miles an hour. Yeah, Scott Miller on the left-hand side there, the Cougar with the FE in it. He has won class in 2017, 2018, and 2019. He just went 986. He has averaged as quick as 921 with Ford FE power. Next up, Andrew Slater on the left-hand side in the V8 Vega. Chris Mary on the right in the 94 Mustang. Slater is another car in modified power adder, so he's in the same class as that convertible Mustang that just went 7.0. And the car on the right-hand side is running street race, small block power adder, so he's another one of those cars looking for an 850 number. The Mustang 8th mile, 5:48. The quarter mile, 8:555 with a 157 miles an hour. And the little Vega on the left-hand side, 9:36 at 1:48.51. I love Rich Trunkett's car here in the right-hand side, the 72 Plymouth Duster, Super Street Big Block Power Adder. The left-hand side, Mike Higgins in the 69 Chevelle. I think he was here last year. I think last year might have been his first year. So the Chevelle is going to be running naturally aspirated in Pro Street because it's got a big tire on the back. Gets out with a 1:33 short time. The Duster goes to the 8th mile, 5:21 at 1:41. The quarter mile, 8:388, coasting to 122 miles an hour. Left-hand side, 10:38, 131.20. $5,900 people watching worldwide right now. Don't forget that we will reload these videos once we're done. Takes them a long time to load because they're really long, but they're usually available by the next day, so that if you had a great moment or anything, you're a racer in the pits and you want to see what you did, you'll be able to find it on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. And don't forget to go to hotrod.com for all your coverage and route maps and results. Rob Sinker on the left-hand side is going to be one of the first cars we've seen come back and make their second run. I think we've seen that 2 or 3 times so far. You'll start to see that even more later on in the day, as other cars who didn't make a good run this morning will end up coming back in worse weather conditions to try and go quicker. And that was an 884 at 148. We did have a request earlier from a racer looking for a metric bolt. We have not found your bolt, but we have found a guy who has a big tap and die set. His name's Josh. You can come to the tower and get his phone number. He's Josh with the Black Grand National, or if you come see Michelle, you can get the phone number to find a tap and die set that maybe can fix your bolt or your hole or whatever you have going on. Phil Tobin is back on the left-hand side for his second run of the day, and in the right-hand side, Brian Havlick, who is running all motor big block. This 55 Chevy's got quite a story to tell. Not only have they been thrashing with sleepless nights just before this event, but 2018, the last time we were here at Darlington, marks the time when this 55 Chevy took off for the road trip and the entire rear end came out of the car. I say the entire rear end. It might have just been one wheel and axle now that I'm thinking about it, but it tore up the quarter panel really bad, and they fixed the thing up to the beautiful state that you see it in right now as he goes down with a 943 at 136 miles an hour, and eventually Tobin is going to get there coasting. 1682, 66 miles an hour. But yeah, the Havlicks, man, have they put a lot of effort into Drag Week, both then and now. And I think you'll be able to find online if you just Google, you know, Brian Havlick Drag Week, you'll probably find the pictures of that thing out on a curvy mountain road with the entire rear tire having come off the car and gacked up his quarter panel pretty hideously. Neil Torbett's here on the right-hand side. He's got the Ford truck. That is a twin-turbo small block Ford in that thing, running an Ultimate Iron. Left-hand side, Josh Chichak, street race small block power adder, another 850 car. Some strange things going on out there as Torbett just rolls through the beams and cruises down. And a 3-second reaction time on the left-hand side, adding up to 1074, 136. Not what these guys are looking for. In the right-hand side here, Jason Tabscott has won small block naturally aspirated classes in 2016, 17, 18, 19, 21, and 22. He came out here and I think went 9-0 earlier. He's looking for a deep 8. Or I should say solidly in the 8s anyway, 880 kind of neighborhood. Yeah, see, there you go. 877 at 154 miles an hour, naturally aspirated. And that with a 129 60-foot time. His 8th mile number, 560 on the right-hand side. The left-hand side goes 970 at 140. So I'm thinking that that's a number in the right-hand side that is going to make Tabscott happy. He's probably going to hit the road. Steven Chichak on the left-hand side has got the Ultimate Iron 1980 Firebird. You should see the intercooler setup on this thing. It's really unusual. It's up on top of the engine. On the right-hand side, Dave Deal's back for his second pass. He's not going to get down with anything he's happy with either. The Firebird goes 922 at 159 miles an hour. Yeah, that Firebird has one of those air-to-water intercoolers that's like, I don't know, the size of a bread box, maybe a little bit bigger, and it's up on top of the engine just under the cowl hood. It's kind of a clever packaging solution. It looks a little unusual, but I don't know, I thought it was clever. Brian Acton on the right, Bob Ruppel on the left. Couple of Novas. Left-hand side is running street race, a big block power adder, and on the right-hand side, it's a small block. Acton on the right gets to the 8th mile in 5:49, and the quarter mile 8:59, 1:57. And the big block on the left-hand side 9:54 at 1:41. Now we swing back to the burnout box, and once again we've got Honk on the right-hand side, but here in the left-hand side, this S10 looking for all the world like an old pro stock truck with a crazy blown motor in it. I haven't had a chance to see this thing up close and personal. I understand it's actually, well, I'm not going to talk about the engine package because I'm not certain about it, but it is off the hook. He's got zoomies coming out of the thing. He's running in unlimited. This is a brand new vehicle to Drag Week. Philip Gullidge. It's a 94 S10. S10's got his headlights on. Yep, tearing up the track, not going to get a hold of it. He's going to have to come back later and get a better number, or maybe he's just using the week as a test and tune. Sometimes people will do that. There you go, Steinke, 8:51 with a 7 at 160 miles an hour. He'll probably be back trying to do a better job at running 8:50 if he can. All right, groups A and B, the lanes are closed to you. Call group C. C, Charlie. Run group C. Lanes are open for you. A and B, do not come to lanes at this point. Left-hand side, 891, 154. Right, 980 at 136. Alan Muji is back right there in the 72 Camaro on the right-hand side. Twin turbo LS. Guy was telling me, you know, he's running Pro Street Power Adder, but he's basically here to have a good time and have it reliable and not have to work on it. Hydraulic roller cam program there. James Voiles on the left-hand side has got the 70 Nova that is also running in Pro Street Power Adder. These both big tire cars. Muji backs out. Voiles goes down. 8th mile, 5:29. And the big end, 8:25 at 164. My pal KJ Jones in the pits is texting me information about that wild truck that just made a pass. Remember I said I wasn't going to speculate on it because I didn't know? Well, now I know, courtesy of KJ. He says that truck is a Tim McCamus kit that was built in the garage. Home-built deal. It has a 5-speed Lenco with a clutch, not a torque converter. Clutch in front of the Lenco, and it's got a small block with an 871 on it. So that's what's going on with that unlimited S10 that you saw not get a hold of the track a moment ago, as you're now refreshing your memory of not getting a hold of the track as you watch Muji go down with that 136.60 foot time that turned into a quarter-mile ET of 9:11 at 167. Also news on that truck from Mike Galimi at Hot Rod Magazine. He says they've been working towards Drag Week for years, apparently street driving it quite a bit all summer long. That is the smart thing to do at Drag Week, by the way, is prepare for the street drive, not so much for the horsepower. People focus on trying to make their car as quick as it can possibly be, but if you haven't driven the thing around a lot on the street, you have not found the weak point. So if you're planning on doing this in the future, you're going to want to start driving the car ASAP. Don't worry about quickness until later. Chris Engel in the left, the 65 Chevy Nova. And on the right-hand side is Jason Rousseau. Rousseau gets out first. The Nova on the left-hand side is running Ultimate Iron, but he just went 883, which is unlikely to be competitive in class. He went 153 miles an hour. And on the right-hand side, Rousseau went 899 at 149.5. And that's a car that needed to run 850 to be competitive. Rob Sinker back again with his 84 Grand Prix. I believe this is stab number 3. Merrick O'Grady in the right-hand side in the 68 Nova. The Nova's running a naturally aspirated big block. Well, we got the Grand Prix pulling over to the wall, and we're backing Merrick back out of the lights, staging again. But we're going to have to go check on that Grand Prix first. Looks like he's going to roll it down. Over 6,100 people watching worldwide now. Very cool. Keep spreading the word. Keep it going all week long. We're going to be broadcasting every single day. As we move on from here in Darlington to Rockingham, then Bristol, then Carolina, Dragway in South Carolina, and then back here on Friday. Merrick O'Grady is out with a 137 short time with that naturally aspirated big block car. 966 at 138 miles an hour. Dustin Trance on the left-hand side. Past winner of the class, Street Race Small Block Power Adder, one of the only guys who's run 85000. Randolph Stewart on the right-hand side in the same class with the 91 Mustang. And no time for trance. That's going to be very disappointing for a car that already has to make a whole bunch of laps in order to hit his number. And Seward in the right-hand side goes too quick for the class with an 8:46 at 160. So there's another pair of cars that is going to have to come back once again. That's a rough one there for Trance, who has won this class 2 years in a row. I believe we saw this side-by-side pair once before. Jeff Mall on the left-hand side, 67 Chevy Nova. Right-hand side, Wayne Baker in the 63 Nova Gasser. He is running the A gas class with that thing because it has a supercharger on it. B gas is for non-supercharged cars. ProCharger big block in the 67 Nova on the left-hand side. Boy, just not getting a hold of the ground there. 1:54 short time for the supercharged Gasser. 8th mile, 6:22. Quarter mile, 9:56 at 1:45. And in the left-hand side, Mole goes bad coasting, 11:40 at 95. My co-host Mike Finnegan continues to hold the record in the A-Gas class. He was down in the 850s with that thing. I can tell you precisely as I whip out my handy notes. Finnegan averaged 8.90 in the Gasser class with a best single run of 8:52.9. John Puckett, left-hand side, stick shift hero. The right-hand side, Mark Campbell in Street Race Small Block Power Adder. Here, Puckett grabbing gears in that thing. See the nose diving up and down? Thing is a riot. We do have a stick shift shootout of all the stick cars on the last day as we return to Darlington, and Puckett just went 10:03 coasting to 1:05. In the right-hand side, 8:64 at 1:55. And we're back with Glenn Hunter in the right-hand side. Mark Cicino on the left-hand side. Mark Cicino back after, I think, being gone for a couple years. Glenn Hunter, of course, many-time winner in class. Hunter's 8th mile, 6:38. And a disappointing quarter mile at 10:43. Left-hand side, Cicino goes 9:06 at 1:23. Let's do our traditional live feed roll call. What countries are you watching from? You don't need to comment if it's the United States of America. We're looking for elsewhere in the world. Where are you watching from? Now the answers are starting to pour in. A whole lot of Canada. Here we come with Scotland, Puerto Rico, Iceland, Australia, Poland, France, Canada, England, Denmark, Sweden, Norway, Denmark again, Finland, Estonia, South Africa, UK, Saskatchewan, Aruba, Sweden, Finland, Netherlands, Indonesia, Guam, Japan, Norway. Definitely an international program here. We've had so many racers come and see us from out of the United States. South Africa again, Sydney, Australia, Germany, New Jersey, Ecuador, Somalia, Berlin. Yep, pretty good. All over the world. Hollywood. Here's one from Greece. While we had a moment here, I was just researching sort of the history of the quickest passes naturally aspirated in drag week history. It's kind of interesting. Of course, Doc McIntyre has been the absolute king of that to this point. He was the first NA car to get into the sevens at drag week, and he has averaged 8:03. If you're not familiar with who I'm talking about, you might remember that it is the, I think, 68 Camaro, the red car, Pro Street car. And he had a best single ever of 789. Now what's interesting is Matt Sweet ran a 791 earlier today. That won't count for a record unless he finishes the week. We've got to see what goes on through the rest of the week before we can actually discuss authoritatively who's got the quickest numbers. He might not even finish. But that is an interesting battle right there. Even though Doc's not here, it'll be fun to watch that multicolored, I think it's the 76 or 7 Nova, go down with this 800 cubic inch Sunny Power. Now, in the small tire world, the first guy to run an 8-second average NA was Kurt Johnson, also our most winning drag week racer of all time. I believe 10 wins on Kurt Johnson. That is correct. 10 overall wins for Kurt Johnson, and an amazing racer with multiple classes, multiple cars, and a lot naturally aspirated. His record average was 8.8876. Now his buddy Ed Enzer had a single of 8.397. I believe that is the quickest single small tire naturally aspirated run in the history of drag week. But then you have to talk about Jason Tabscott, who has just won so many times. And give me a minute here, and I'm going to give you the rundown on Jason Tabscott. Right, here we go. Tabscott, the other small tire racer, small block, who's been in the 8s. His best average ET looks like last year 8.696 with a best single run of 8.647. He's currently running in the all motor small block class. He used to be in street race small block NA. In 2015, he lost that class by only 15 thousandths of a second on average. And he's progressed from 2016 and 2017 averaging in the 940s, 2018, 929. He averaged 912 in 2019, and for the first time averaged in the 8s in 2021 with an 8.987. So he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 wins, and he's back in all motor. You saw him earlier today. I believe he laid down an 877, and we're talking about the silver second-gen Camaro that's got the clear plexi hood scoop coming out of the middle of it. Jason Tabscott, superhero, right here at Drag Week 2023. All right, folks on the live feed, if you want to throw out some questions, I am ready with answers. I don't guarantee accuracy, but the answers will be there. All right, people are asking questions about our MotorTrend shows. I'll remind you that this entire thing is a production of the overarching company of MotorTrend, which includes Hot Rod. And, of course, we also have the MotorTrend cable TV channel, the MotorTrend app, where you can watch videos. You subscribe to that. You can also see MotorTrend on free streaming television on a whole bunch of services. So look for that, and you can see shows such as my own stuff, Roadkill, Roadkill Garage, Engine Masters. You can also watch shows like Hot Rod Garage, Faster with Newbert and Cotton, It goes on and on. Lots and lots of really good stuff. So that's what MotorTrend does. People asking me those questions, one of which was, are we ever going to see the Hoopty World Championship air again? Which is interesting because my co-host on that show, KJ Jones, and I were just talking about that last night. Seems they have not been doing reruns on that one, but we are going to pressure them to. And with the trigger of mentioning Hot Rod Garage, people are now asking if Alex Taylor is here this year. She's the co-host of Hot Rod Garage on MotorTrend, along with Lucky Costa. And nope, she is not here. Someone asked, what are the odds of getting picked to be part of Drag Week? It is more, what are the odds that you have a quick enough trigger finger on the computer to get signed up? It is really a race for registration. There is no picking. There's no, it's not an invitational, I should say. You just sign up, you show up. And many people sign up. We sell out 400 spots right away, but we've never turned anybody away on registration day. We've always been able to accommodate every racer who's standing here. Someone asked, how Lucky doing? Lucky's doing great. People asking, is Tom Bailey present? Yes, he is. He ran once earlier today in, I think, the mid to high sevens. I'm suspecting that he'll be back. People ask about my own personal cars here. I won't talk too much about that while we're here discussing Drag Week. Although the specific question is my F-Rod Model A going to compete? And the answer is no. I am here doing the live feed, not racing. I've never raced Drag Week. People asking if Mike Finnegan is bringing his Cadillac. That car is not yet done. Still a work in progress. Back into the water box with Frank Romano on the left-hand side, Clyde Carlson on the right. Both of these cars are running in Super Street, big block, power adder. Frank ran that silver 55 for years, naturally aspirated, but I recall he threw a nitrous plate on it recently just to be able to bump class. I'm not certain he's even using it. I don't think he did last time that we chatted. Frank's a tattoo artist out of New York. Also seen on the cover of Hot Rod magazine when we took him and Glent Hunter, drove around Manhattan, got some shots for the cover of Hot Rod a few years ago. Eighth mile for the Nova, 5:59 for Frank, 6:59. Out the back end, the Nova, 8:63 at 145, and Frank goes 10-0, but at 141 miles an hour. Someone's asking, do the fast guys get in no matter what? Like, they're not part of the registration, like, race. The deal with that is if you have one class, then you get essentially a free pass the next year. You're guaranteed in if you're the top 3 in class the prior year. And if you're the overall winner any year, you also get a free pass back in, I believe. And by free, I mean you still have to pay, you just don't have to do the race for registration online. Holden Kramer on the left-hand side's going down with that 79 Malibu, his 8th mile, 6:24, 1,320 feet, 9.78 seconds, and 131 miles an hour. I believe that is the second or third pushback for Jake in the Nova. Jeff Gallagher's on the left-hand side with the 66 Mustang. He's been here a few times. Jake Buckert in the right-hand side in the 86 T-Type, which I don't see just yet. He's still waiting back. Jeff Gallagher grabbing gears to 991, 137. Oh, he's running street race small block naturally aspirated. That's stout for that Mustang, 991 137 NA. Now we got a guy checking in from Hungary. More questions online. Do they allow street legal ATVs or dirt bikes? No, this is not a motorcycle event. This is for cars and trucks. Now we've got Buckert with his T-Type. One of the things that we do give away here is an award for the quickest six-cylinder. We have lots of awards like that. Quickest Buick, quickest Oldsmobile, quickest AMC, Mopar, and so on and so forth. Quickest 6, quickest 4, quickest diesel. Those are all plaques that we give away at the Gear Vendors Party at the end of the week. And the T-Type, 857 at 162 miles an hour. The left-hand side, Sias goes 1037 at 143. The Honda is back, and this time I've got a name, Rob Courtney. Rob Courtney in the 95 Honda Civic, little four-cylinder. Left-hand side, Jason Willis in the Corvette. The little four-bangers, they end up having to run in the small block categories. They're so far outgunned. I really appreciate they show up anyway. But watch how quick this thing actually is running in modified power adder. And he's banging gears in that thing. A 152 60 foot for the Honda. He goes to the 8718. I think he was quicker on his last pass. Certainly, he rolls through 59 miles an hour. In the left-hand side, 1013 at 134. Oh, the Supra's back. Damon Elf. Damon Elf on the right-hand side, 95 Supra, almost certainly 2JZ powered. Left-hand side, Randy Bellahar with the Pontiac-powered Firebird. going to work out great for Bellahar, but the Honda, or excuse me, Toyota is going to go to the 8th mile, 591, and out the back, 890 at 164 miles an hour. Difficulties for Bellahar in the left-hand lane, ends up with 1217 at 105. Dale Gebhardt in the right ran a very low 11 last time in his nearly stock Hellcat Red Eye wide body. He told me there's no engine modifications on this thing. I think he said it's got like rear end bushings in it. He didn't get a subframe connector done. He does have a drive shaft catcher. I mean, basic stuff. It's essentially stock. And I think it went 1119, something in that neighborhood. Very low 11. Left-hand side, Mike Delaney in the 80 Trans Am, out of Canada, 540 big block Chevy, naturally aspirated. And if you're watching at home, stay tuned. Tom Bailey is back. He's in the burnout box right now, trying to recover from a not fantastic run earlier in the day. Gebhardt's Red Eye, 158 short time, 708 to the 8th, 1105. I didn't think that was going to quite squeak a 10, and we got difficulties on the left-hand side as the Trans Am pulls over. At Mickey Thompson, we never stop innovating. New for 2023, the Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire. The Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire is a brand new product. The Mickey Thompson ET Drag Limited Traction Tire can perform on variable track conditions, and it comes in 3 different sizes. Please visit the Mickey Thompson Tires display today to see the new ET Drag Limited Traction Tire and our full line of Mickey Thompson drag racing tires. Are you looking for extreme off-road action? Check out the Mickey Thompson Baja Boss, Baja Legend, and Baja Pro line of light truck and off-road racing tires. Available online at MickeyThompsonTires.com. Stand on the gas with Mickey Thompson. All right, our 5-time winner, Tom Bailey, in the water box right now with SICK 1.0, the car that won this event for the first time 10 years ago. He's doing a decade victory lap here. That's what this event is all about for him. Him and Steve Morris back in action with that car. Do you know Summit Racing is now part of Hot Rod Drag Week? Help Summit celebrate its 55th anniversary, concurrent with Hot Rod's 75th anniversary, by the way. Summit Racing celebrating 55 years. You can go stop at the Summit Racing trailer for on-site inventory of performance parts and safety equipment. It's all on display and ready to purchase. A Summit Racing rep is here to get you the parts you need to get back on the road or to help you place your order at summitracing.com. Hot Rod Drag Week drivers and co-pilots are eligible to win a $500 Summit Racing prize pack. Just drop off your entry form at the Summit Racing trailer. Entries must be submitted by 10 a.m. on Friday when we're back here at Darlington. Then stick around to shop for the performance parts you need and help Summit Racing celebrate its 55th anniversary. You know, I mentioned that Hot Rod Magazine's celebrating 75 years this year. It's really such an amazing American success story. Robert E. Peterson being our founder. who was working with the SCTA at the very first Hot Rod Exposition, the very first Hot Rod car show that was going on at the Los Angeles Armory in January of 1948. And he realized, Robert E. Peterson realized, that there was a market for this stuff, even though the hobby was considered a bunch of outlaw hoodlums at the time. The fact that he named the magazine Hot Rod was sort of outrageous. I don't know if you're aware that hot rodding was such sort of a scourge back then. There was actually a congressional inquiry into it. And so the fact that he called the magazine Hot Rod was kind of impressive. It really kicked off as a dry lakes racing magazine. But he started it by selling it on the steps of that very first car show in January of 1948 at the LA Armory, literally standing out front selling them for $0.25 each. And the thing grew into a nationwide phenomenon extremely quickly. And of course, Robert E. Peterson then founded MotorTrend magazine later in 1949. And it came with just so many. He ultimately bought Rod and Custom. He launched Honk, that became CarCraft. He launched Peterson's Four-Wheel and Off-Road. I mean, I could just go on and on and on. I think we had more than 100 titles in total at one point, and Hot Rod absolutely dominated the marketplace, as it does now online. HotRod.com is the place to go for daily coverage of everything that's going on in the hot rodding world, and you'll want to go there for the results every single day from Hot Rod Drag Week. HotRod.com is your source. And of course, look for the story as well in Hot Rod Magazine. Did you lose your iPhone? Someone out there did. You know how I know? Because it's in Michelle's hand here in the tower. So if you've lost your iPhone, come on up and describe it to Michelle. And if you've played the guessing game correctly, she will hand you that iPhone. Racers, once again, don't forget to return your time slip or hand in your time slip by the Hot Rod Toter Home, specifically under the Roadkill tent. We have to repeat this over and over and over because there's always people who forget to hand in their time slips, which creates a pain in the neck. We got to run the results. So please hand in your time slip. And don't forget to get your Hot Rod specified map to go to the next track. You are required to drive on the route. We have had situations where we have actually thrown guys out of competition who were some of our friends and heroes because they were caught off route. So you need to follow the map as delivered by Hot Rod. And that was Steve Morris power you just heard out of Tom Bailey's SICK 1.0. And the left-hand side, Ryan Hargett in the 2011 Mustang. Engine builder Steve Morris waving him in there. Your 5-time Drag Week winner. The only man to have run 5s at Drag Week in a different car. That's not going to be what he wants, but he gets back into it and he's going to drive it down. That's a 1:32 short time. He goes 4:78 to the 8th and 7:14 at 1:97 out the back. Hargett on the left-hand side, 7:44 at 1:95.99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. 99. Unless he's looking for an all 6-second week, maybe Bailey will pack that in. However, we have seen a 7:03 and a 7:01 earlier in the day. So Tom Bailey is not at the top of the pack as it stands at this moment. Chris Thompson on the left-hand side, 68 Dodge Dart, twin turbo small block Mopar out of California. Steven Chichak on the right-hand side in the 2007 Chevy Colorado. Pro Street class on the left, big tire car, back half car. And a street race category car on the right. The Dart, 133 short time, 562 to the 8th. 872 out the back. I think you ran 9.0 last time, so that's an improvement. 872 at 157. And the truck on the right-hand side, 1135 at a big 135 mile an hour. Matt Frost is back. If memory serves, he ran 7:03 earlier today. He is ahead of Tom Bailey right now. I'm guessing he's here hunting for a 6. Density altitude right now, 1,862 feet, 75 degrees ambient. Michael Ramirez here on the right-hand side is your all-motor big block champ as of last year. He holds the record in class, which is a new class at 870, 87066 average last year, and a best single pass of 863. That is an all-motor big block car in the right-hand lane. That's not sounding good down there at the big end. Yeah, 904, 135, surging. Frost, oh, he was out fairly solid, a 1:19 60-foot time. See, he got out of it. I am getting news that Goldstone is going to be coming back as well. And remember, Vanderhoof in that convertible Fox body, the white Fox with the, or Fox Mustang with the black convertible top, believe he is currently leading at a 7:01. Now remember, a lot of the stuff I say off the top of my head is not considered official. It's pretty good, but not official. The official results you've got to see at hotrod.com each day as Tanya Turk compiles them, puts out the entire Excel file so you can see every single run from every single racer. If you are looking for the driving route so that you can find out if Drag Week is coming through your town so that you can check it out, all you have to do is go to hotrod.com. It's there, downloadable. And you can do the same if you're a racer who's had your paper map blow out the window. You can go to hotrod.com and you can pick that up. All of the maps, I believe, also have a barcode on them or a QR code that you can scan to get the Google map in your hand. And I'm getting word from Maple Grove that Doug Coletta just defeated Steve Torrance in Top Fuel on the Monday Nationals up there after yesterday's rainout. That is the 50th win for Doug Coletta and the first win since St. Louis in 2020 for him. So very cool. And your funny car winner up there is going to be Robert Height and Matt Hartford in Pro Stock. Brian Goldstone in the Javelin, your 4-time winner in class and your record holder. It has been a quick run of 674 in the past. He had difficulties coming out here on his last run. It's his second pass today. Word is he thinks he had a little bit of an electrical problem from the rain yesterday. Hopefully they have that sorted out. Steve Brack is in the left-hand side in the 99 Chevy S10. Goldstone with a soft launch of 124 60-foot. His 8th mile time is going to be 479, 725 at 199 miles an hour. Not the 6 that he's capable of, but I believe that's an improvement from his prior run. Left-hand side was a coaster. 14.0, 69 miles an hour. Scott Miller is back. The FE-powered Cougar in the right-hand side. Our past class winner in street race, big block, naturally aspirated. Left-hand side, also big block, naturally aspirated, 896, 155. And on the right-hand side, Scott Miller, 939, 144. My screen is telling me that was Kurt Johnson on the left-hand side, and I'm not certain that is the most winning Dragway driver ever, Kurt Johnson. I'm going to need to verify that as we get down, but I sure hope he's come back. That would be fantastic. He is known to run big block Chevys and Fox Mustangs. I think that's what that was. David Burke, left-hand side. David Armentrout, right-hand side. Armentrout's unlimited green 67 Nova. Street race big block power adder car in the left-hand side. Armentrout's 8th mile, 488. Quarter mile, 750 at 170.97 miles an hour. The Le Mans on left-hand side, 1018 at 130. I'll remind you that due to timing issues, we are not issuing the reaction time penalties today. So if you've got a time slip with more than a 1 second reaction time, that is not going to be held against you. Likewise, a red light doesn't matter at all. Red lights never matter. However, there is the new rule about minimum of a 1 second or maximum of a 1 second reaction time at Drag Week not being enforced today. Look at the 67 442. It's got kind of a oversized Pontiac looking scoop on that thing. You know, like a Super Duty scoop, which is actually like a Ford F600 truck scoop. It's like a large version of that. Interesting. Right-hand side, 2002 Mustang. And that one is Timothy Bradshaw. The Oldsmobile, 643 to the 8. 1011 at 132 on the left-hand side, and 1031 at 138 on the right-hand side. You're starting to see some of these Street Machine Eliminator cars creep up. That's what that was on the left-hand side. Those are the cars that are looking to average in the lowest possible 10 so they can make that 32-car ladder for the bracket race when we come back Friday. Pedaling it back and forth up there on the left-hand side, 1048, the right-hand side, 1092. One more bit of news from race director Keith Turk is that the cars that have weight limits in class, you do not need to scale today. You will be scaled tomorrow. So you can bypass scales if you're in a class that has a weight limit. You are on the honor system for today. Stephen Calloway checking the rev limiter on the left-hand side. Brian Kelly's on the right-hand side in the Corvette. As a reminder, if you lost your iPhone, we may have it here in the tower. Come on up to the upper side of the right-hand tower, the upper floor of the right-hand side, and see Michelle and describe your iPhone to her, and perhaps you will get it back. We're looking at all the websites we wouldn't normally do on our own phones. A whoops for the Mustang and 1163 coasting to 97 for the Corvette. We have another one of our air-cooled Beetles up here. This one a little turbocharged deal. They have not run the thing before. They didn't know what it's going to do. They're hoping it goes into the 11s. That's Les Chatley on the left-hand side in that car, and Ricky Dorn on the right-hand side in the 2020 Mustang. .773 eighth mile. And the VW goes 12:27 at 1:05. The Mustang 10:51 at 1:32. I think we have 3 air-cooleds here. We have the convertible that went 950s earlier today. And we have the gray one you just saw, and there's another orange one that hasn't been up here yet, but we're starting to see a glut of Street Machine Eliminator cars out here. So we're probably going to start to see some of those fun little rides that don't really qualify for another class, but can sure have fun running in Street Machine Eliminator, looking to get on that ladder. Last year's bump stop, 1077. Matt's Camaro runs 1088 at 124 miles an hour, and Randy Hammond's in the Corvette went 1271 at 135. Alan Whitaker is on the line there in his 72 Monte Carlo. He's running Pro Street Power Adder. I don't believe I've seen that car before. Jim Wade is in the right-hand side. And interestingly, he's running Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. I thought there was a chance that he was running one of our nostalgia classes with that car. But nope, Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated for the 63 Le Mans on the right-hand side. The Monte Carlo, the Chevy A-body with convenient room for a intercooler up front. Way longer nose than the Chevelle, which shares the same chassis. Factory designed to be nose heavy with plenty of room for turbos. Of course, the 63 Tempest reminding you of those Super Duty cars of the era. Nope. They got on it right there, legging that thing down. Let's see what it does for a mile an hour. Only 113. Meanwhile, Jim Wade in the Pontiac, 1220 at 110. Tim Baptista is back in his 67 Chevelle, and John Powell in the left-hand side. Both of these are Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated entries. Baptista 1066, 127. Powell on the left-hand side, the S10, 1157 at 119. Banging gears in that 55 Chevy. 8th mile, 665. Quarter mile, 1040 at 130.25 miles an hour, and we got a no time on the left-hand side. I think they left before the tree was activated. GT500 goes 1007 at 134 miles an hour on the left-hand side, 1070 at 122 from the Dodge Charger. Now Corey Pant, the left-hand side in the green 74 Duster, and Dan Dinnan in the right-hand side in the 79 Malibu. You got a naturally aspirated small block in the Duster. The Malibu ran 968, way too quick for his class. He's trying to run 10.0 and he just went 968. Left-hand side, the naturally aspirated Duster went 1041 at 127.95. I think what you just saw there is the classic sandbag for these bracket racers. That car ran 968. He can only hand in a 10.0 time slip, but we now know what he's capable of when it comes to the bracket race on Friday. Gary Dufek's Mustang, Rick Cruz's Camaro, both in Street Machine Eliminator. Both needing to run somewhere in the mid-10s to make the 32-car field. $1171 Camaro, 1136 Mustang. A question online, are we required to run DOT tires? No. As a matter of fact, you are required to run actual drag tires on the drag strip. You cannot run treaded tire, regular street radials. It's got to be a drag radial or a slick or a DOT slick. And Nick Cryer and the dairy truck is back. The 63 Divco with a turbo big block in it. This thing was putting on a show doing big wheelies the first time it showed up. Since I've seen the thing subsequently, it's tamed down, but it's still running quick numbers. Wait till you see it. It's hilarious. How's that for a burnout from the milk truck? Paul Mangelsdorf on the left-hand side has got the 40 Chevy Coupe. There's what we like to see out of the milk truck. Look at the nose in the air, parts falling off. Thing's fantastic. Thing goes 156 to 60 feet. The 8th mile, 680, and it goes 1075 at 122 miles an hour. Meanwhile, the 40 Chevy Coupe does not. Hey, one more time. Scales are not happening today. If you're in a class that needs to be scaled, don't bother. You will be scaled tomorrow. Also, don't forget that we are ignoring the reaction time rule today. That's also gone. Impound tomorrow. Don't forget, if you have run 8:49 or quicker and you are in the top 3 positions in your class, you are required to report to impound. 8:49 or quicker, class leaders must go to impound every day. Jeff Lingenfelter on the right-hand side's got this 70 Duster that's stuffed with a pretty kind of regular 440 big block. He said he's got the Chinese knockoff Edelbrock heads on the thing. Left-hand side, the 2000 Pontiac Trans Am is going to belong to Tommy Dupree, another return drag weeker. It always feels like Drag Week's about 50% returning cars and about 50% new ones. A lot of people do this year after year after year. The Duster goes 152 to 60 feet. His 8th mile number 682. And 1079 at 122. Not bad for an average 440. And on the left-hand side, 1136 at 124. Mike Ford in the right there has got the all-motor big block 67 Pontiac Le Mans, and that's Sandra Fontaine in the left-hand side in the 89 Mustang. And she is running all-motor small block. So you got all-motor small block in the left, all-motor big block in the right. He tried to hoist the front end, then he tried to spin the tires all the way to 330. Failed at that, but he's going to go ahead and get back on the thing. And the Pontiac goes 1168 at 128. Sandra on the left-hand side, 1265 at 115. Carol Barhorst on the left with the Pontiac powered 72 GTO, and Alan Roberts on the right in the 68 Camaro. She's running in Street Machine Eliminator. He's running Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated. Carol's Pontiac 1063 at 126 miles an hour, and the small block Camaro goes 1189 at 113. William Heath has got the purple Duster, 500 cubic inch big block in that thing, and he's going to go against Christopher Vanderwall, who's got the 2021 Challenger Hellcat Red Eye. We got two Red Eyes here. We saw Gebhardt running bottom 11s with his, and this one beats him to the 10s, going 10.9951 at 124 miles an hour. And the left-hand side, Heath, 11.41 at 116 in his Pro Street naturally aspirated purple Duster. Hashtag not Eddie Miller. Drivers to your cars immediately in staging lanes. Lane 1, we need drivers to your cars immediately. Apparently you're hanging us up. We still got a whole bunch of cars to run, but we need drivers with cars to make it happen. Marianne Young is on the right-hand side, 2019 Mustang, and the 69 belongs to Raymond Hageman. She goes 11:35, 124, and the left-hand side goes 13:01, 106. Whoa, we got an RX-8 out here. That's Drew Gluck on the left-hand side with a 2007 Mazda RX-8. And he is running in street race big block power adder. That seems to be a mistake. We'll have to, oh, look at that. He does have an LS in the thing. Rock and roll. We're watching on the live feed, looking right under the hood. Sure enough, that thing's got a V8 in it. I can't tell precisely what it is, but I see coils on the valve covers and a nice big intercooler. That thing's rad. I feel much better now. Michael Kalbfeld is on the right-hand side in the Chevelle. Okay, well, the Mazda didn't get a hold of the track, but he's going to go to the 8th mile at 7:32. This isn't quite what I was hoping for. Yeah, 11:57 out the back, 105. Meanwhile, the right-hand side, 10:02 at 137.66. That's exactly what you need to be in that class, that street machine eliminator. So he's nailing it in that 66 Chevelle on the right-hand side. Travis Fathy's back for another drag week on the right-hand side with his Malibu wagon. And Andy Savakinis in the left-hand side. This guy has absolutely hammered me about pronouncing his name correctly, and I hope I finally got it right. He has got a Viper V10 powered, stick-shifted, full-size Ram pickup truck. He is running this thing in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. Excuse me, he's running it in Street Race Big Block Naturally Aspirated. So Viper powered truck in the left-hand side with a stick. The truck goes 12:53 at 113. In the right-hand side, the Malibu wagon 971 at 132.70. Scott Thompson's in the left in the C10. He's backing it back into the water box. Dave Morahan on the right-hand side is waiting for him on the line, and they're going to let him stew as he's double-bulbed the guy who's still in the burnout box. Courtesy staging, not so much a thing at Drag Week. So we're not going to get a time for the C10 pickup, but on the right-hand side, the 2013 Camaro went 1188 at 124 miles an hour. David Gallimore, the yellow 71 Chevelle, and John Sharp's on the left-hand side. Gallimore is running Street Race small block power adder, hoping for 850, but not happening. 1129 at 118. On the left-hand side, John Sharp went 1150 at 128.06. In the burnout box, Lynette Jankuski in the 78 Monte Carlo. She's been here so many times running the Street Machine Eliminator deal. Such a bracket racer. I'm going to go back because I think she's actually got low ET on this in the past. Nope, I'm incorrect about that. Steve McNair on the left-hand side. It's a 2016 Cadillac ATS-V. People on my live feed are asking about what is courtesy staging. It means that you don't light both bulbs before your competitor has a chance to light the top bulb. As they roll forward, you'll see the top pre-stage bulb light, and then you roll further forward, and there's a second amber bulb that is for staging. You don't want to roll up and just light both bulbs and leave the other guy hanging or the other person hanging. It just puts a pressure on them, and in situations where there's auto start and other kind of rules, it can create a problem. Here at Drag Week, it's just not that big of a deal. I think, like, for example, in an NHRA Pro class, I think you have 7 seconds to stage after the other guys stage. So if you really want to mess with your competitor, you can double bulb them, and then they've got 7 seconds to get their act together. That is courtesy staging. You light the first bulb, you wait for your competitor to do the same, and then you go in. Lynette, 10:28 at 133 miles an hour. And the Cadillac did not get a time. Oh, the Cadillac has not run. I was busy telling you about courtesy staging and didn't notice this guy still staging. And the Cadillac meanders to 1473 at 107 miles an hour. In the left-hand side, you see a car that has had a lot of buzz on the internet. It's first time at Drag Week. It is a Dodge Viper with Steve Morris SMX power. They were pretty solid in testing here prior to the event. A lot of people concerned about this thing in Unlimited. You can see the car is not fully finished, but the execution on it is spectacular if you go look at the mechanical work on this thing in the pits. I don't know if I can endorse the zoomies on the turbo situation, though. That is cosmetic zoomies coming out of a turbocharger with 8 pipes. Jake Grabiak is in that little Nova. Viper's in the left-hand side. Viper's going to go ahead and shake the tire, or tear the tire off of it anyway. And the Nova, 1108, 128 miles an hour. Someone online asked about the sealed hood class, and yeah, we seal up the hood. It means you can't even check your oil all week long. It's for who can do this without even touching their engine. There's also a sealed engine class where you can take the valve cover off, lash the valves, whatever, but you cannot get a head off the thing, as many people do during drag week. A lot of people are popping cylinder heads here and there just to check on pistons, pull pistons, all sorts of things like that. 1127 on the left-hand side, 1494 on the right-hand side. Here comes a really, really cool truck. Robert Lowe has got this 38 Ford truck. It's a full tube chassis deal, so he's running an Ultimate Iron. Small block Ford, 427 Windsor Ford, twin turbo deal. He normally runs no prep events with this thing. That is just cool. I think it says Dodge City Nursery on the side, something like that. Original patina. Rick Callahan's on the left-hand side in the Challenger. All right, well, Lowe had difficulty there. He bulbed, he sat down. He's going to sit on the starting line watching Callahan go down at 10:30 at 132 miles an hour. Notice here at Darlington, the starter is allowing guys to back out and attempt it again. Now, whether that does or does not happen really depends on the specific track that we're at. Sometimes you'll see the starter back guys out for this. Most often at drag week, they'll go ahead and let them restage. This is essentially a test and tune. Now he's going to have to go on down and won't have a chance to back up. All right, we have a racer in need. Remember the black Trans Am with the big block Chevy? It's like a 79 Bandit-looking Trans Am. They are looking for ring gear bolts. Eric Yost is here on site. We've got his number up here if you can help. He says he's looking for 3/8/24 grade 8 bolts and also ring gear bolts. I don't know if that's one and the same. 3/8/24 ring gear bolt. That seems small. So if you can help out with ring gear bolts for that black Trans Am, come on up here and we will connect you, or you can find the Trans Am there in the pits. Riley Grabiak's here on the right-hand side. This 37 Chevy Coupe has been here before, but not all painted up and pretty like this. And it's also got fresh power out of a 383 Chevy and a turbo 350. And they are running in the hot rod category with that car. And Riley's going to take the 37 Chevy to a 1093 at 120, while the left-hand lane runs 1054 at 136 miles an hour. Dominic Zvacek in the left-hand side in the 55 Chevy. This thing is a 555 with a stick. You can see they've got some new lace paint on the trunk since the last time you saw this car at Drag Week. That's just a spray paint job. They went to Hobby Lobby, grabbed some lace and a few cans of paint and made themselves some lace paint. Phil on the right-hand side in the 70 Cuda. Look at him banging gears in the 55. That is entertainment right there. 55 goes a 156 short time, 8th mile 647, and the quarter mile 10:09 at 135 miles an hour. He's running in the B gasser category. And the Barracuda, 1132, coasting to 98. Although he did go 706 in the 8th before issues began. Dennis Rowley's white 94 Mustang. Eric Smith's blue 2012 Mustang. Steve Lemieux's Pontiac GTO, and Jeff Kurzik's 2019 Charger RT. Lemieux, spinning tires hard, banging gears hard. The Pontiac runs 667 to the 8th mile and 1040 at 133 miles an hour to the quarter mile. And a 14.0 at 100 miles an hour for the Charger. Kanan Hall is there in the left-hand side in that green pickup truck. Father and son program out there. Chad Garrett, sorry. On the right-hand side in the 67 Mustang. The Mustang's getting all kinds of sideways. The truck gets down there 11:31 at 133, and the Mustang obviously not in its best performance, 11:76 at 125 miles an hour for the nitrous big block in that car. Remember, you can see the Drag Week map on how to drive from track to track by going to hotrod.com. And, of course, in the morning, you're going to be able to get all of the results there in Excel file. You can see every run from every car. So if you're racing your class and you're wondering where you are, that's where to find out. And you can also do your math and figure out where you need to be to outrun the guy behind you. C Group is now closed. Lanes are closed for C Group. For people who want more power, more longevity, and winning performance from their vehicle's engine, Mahle Motorsport makes the highest quality forged piston kits backed by decades of engineering knowledge and experience that consistently give the greatest levels of proven performance. Power Pack builds something great. The Mahle Power Pack is a forged piston kit that you get that comes with pins and rings. I've actually used those Mahle setups in a few engines. I like them a lot. They're an OE manufacturer, and they've got really high quality, and I think really the first company I'm aware of to really mass market narrow rings, you know, like the 1.2 millimeter stuff and 043 and even smaller. They, as far as my awareness goes, they're the first ones to really mainstream that. Of course, other custom piston companies were doing it, but they didn't have it as shelf pistons. So Mahle, actual good stuff that I've used quite a few times. VP Racing develops superior fuels, coolants, and oils for any drag racing application. More race winners worldwide rely on VP Fuel than any brand to deliver more power and consistent quality. Stay frosty. Race-ready coolant is glycol-free and proven to reduce engine temps to keep your machine running at peak performance. VP engine and gear oils provide exceptional durability and deliver unmatched wear protection under extreme conditions. When results matter, trust VP. You know, Gear Vendors has been our presenting sponsor on Drag Week for so long. I think it's 16 years. And what their product is something you'll find in a ton of Drag Week cars. It is an overdrive unit that is like supplemental to the existing transmission in your car. It's a little planetary gear set that will bolt onto the back of your transmission or even your transfer case if you've got a 4x4 and add a separate overdrive ratio of 0.778 to 1. Now, the reason for this is that it lets you use your existing racing transmission, like your Power Glide, your Turbo 400, your Turbo 350, your 727, your C6. You can add a gear vendor to the back of any of those units or to the back of the best racing 4- and 5-speed manual transmissions. And there's a whole lot of benefits to this that we'll explain as we go throughout the week. But the big one is, of course, being able to drive down the highway with less RPM. Now, there's many Drag Week racers who will use them on the track instead of shifting first, second, third. They might go first, second, and then click the gear vendor unit. Just gives them less of an RPM drop than grabbing third gear. So that's the type of things that you can see through the use of a gear vendor's overdrive. I was thinking through like my own specific applications for gear vendors. I've got one in the Crusher Camaro, and the interesting thing about it is I've had a 4L85 in that car, and it interferes with the tunnel a little bit. I had to bash on the thing, but the gear vendors, the way the adapter works, it sort of misses the factory cross member that's stamped into the floor of many tunnels on old muscle cars. So I've actually had it fit a little bit better. The same is true when I put one in my Super B. It's just a tighter fit than putting a newer overdrive transmission in them. So that's another thing that's pretty cool about them. More track prep and downtime if you want to ask me some questions on the live feed. People are asking, did Bryant Goldstone run? Yes, we have seen him. Can a gear vendor's bolt onto the transfer case of an 86 F250 4x4? I'm not certain about that. Does that have that Borg Warner unit in it? I know that you can contact gear vendors and they'll tell you what will work. They have adapters for all kinds of things, even what you might not find immediately online. They also have divorced units that you can run with a little jack shaft so that you don't have to have an adapter to the transmission or transfer case at all. And I've seen people at Bonneville run 2 at once. I saw a question, who drives the Hulk, which is the Nova? That is Matt Frost in the Hulk, who I think his best time today was 7:03. Someone asking, what is the gold dust that they're putting down? That is actually like a pine resin that they put down to just fill little spots on the track. Something that has been used, like it was called gold dust back in the 60s. It's an old technology that it still works. Robin Wilkinson online is saying Gear Vendors has a great compatibility guide on their site. So there's your answer right there. How long does an episode of Roadkill take from concept until the show airs? Sometimes we have a concept for years and we finally execute it. Sometimes we come up with it 2 weeks in advance and we just go start shooting the thing. Usually when we shoot an episode, it'll be about 2 months, sometimes 3, before you see it on the MotorTrend app, and then they gather them all up and air them all together on the MotorTrend cable network. Like we'll have to shoot 13 episodes before they start airing 1 a week for 13 weeks on cable. So they show up on the MotorTrend app first. I got news here that Matt in the Hulk is actually looking for a Pro Charger. Let me look and see what model it is. Says an F1 Pro Charger, F140 it says. So Matt's looking for a Pro Charger. If you can help him out, that is the Hulk. That is the green and black early Nova. Matt Frost. Ken Senko in the 2019 Jeep Grand Cherokee. I think he might have stepped this up from last year. A 155 short time, 682 to the 8th, 1065 at 128 out the back. That was awesome. The right-hand side, 1235 at 110. We've got another Challenger Hellcat wide body here. If you don't put it in the computer, it's difficult for me to tell from here whether it's a red eye or a regular. These things have been running, we saw one at 1099 and another one that's been running 11 O's and 10s. Cody Walker in the Challenger. Herbert White in the right-hand side is getting a great view of the Hellcat going down in front of him. 620 to the 8th mile, hey! 968 at 141. The quickest late model Mopar that we've seen yet here today. Awesome. 1168 at 120 in the right-hand side. Oh, check that, A-Gas Nova. Chris Dunn going down. 135 short time, 569 to the 8th, 1049, coasting to 75 miles an hour. That was on a way more stout run than that. Banging gears, loved it. Travis Clark on the left-hand side went 1069 at 129.91. Man, that Nova was on an 8-second mission before stuff went wrong. Looking forward to that thing coming back. We have a racer in need, car number 265Q. He is looking for an HP Tuner's device that is needed for his data logging. Sorry, I thought it said like Marcus or something. Bad writing here. Marianne is looking for this. We're looking for an HP Tuner's device needed to help data log. Gonna help out Marianne, car 265Q. We have her phone number up here in the tower. If you can help, we will pass that off to you. People on the live feed are asking, what's up with all of the red lights? Does that not matter here? No, it does not. This is not side-by-side drag racing. This is time trials. People are looking to get their personal best ET throughout the week. And reaction time does not affect ET. In other words, if the green light comes on, you could sit there for 10 years and then race down the track. And if your car's a 10-second car, it's going to run 10 seconds, not a year in 10 seconds. So the red light also does not subtract ET, and it doesn't affect what we're doing here. So no, you can red light, and it does not matter here at Dragway. Right there you saw 1042 on the right-hand side, 1079 on the left-hand side. David Arnold in the 93 Mustang all-motor small block car on the left-hand side. Chris Nelson on the right in the Street Machine Eliminator Chevy Corvette. The Corvette's got to go probably, I don't know, just into the 10s to be headed towards that 32-car field. That's not going to happen this time. Ask me how I know. On the left-hand side, the Mustang did the 8th mile at 7:51 and the quarter mile in 11:83 at 113 miles an hour. All right, another person online is saying, how come I red lit at Drag Week and got no time at all? We see that remarkably frequently at Drag Week, that somebody leaves before the tree is even activated, and that will end up in a no time every time. Kevin Wells Chevelle just went 1093 at 121 miles an hour, and in the left-hand lane, 1057 at 134.65 miles an hour. Another question, is Drag Week a quarter mile? Yes, it is a quarter mile at every track, as it has been the entire time we've run this event. We've never done an 8th mile race. If you throw in an 8th mile track in the middle of a bunch of quarter mile tracks, it means that your average ET at the end of the week comes out all wonky, and it's really hard to understand. And so we do all quarter mile tracks, although back when I was in charge, I did strongly consider doing an all 8th mile Drag Week, and I wouldn't say that that's completely out of the picture for the future. Run Group D, lanes are now open. Run Group D, come to lanes. D like Delta, come to lanes. What you just saw happen with that Mustang in the left-hand side is that he jumped early, actually went deep, and then left again. So he jumped early but did not break both beams. So that was an interesting one. He went down 1194, 126, and on the right-hand side, 1103 at 124. Basically, that was like just rolling deep on your competitor at the very last second. Has any advantage here. Jeff Dugopolsky on the right-hand side's been here a zillion times with his 66 Chevelle. He's been a street machine eliminator hero. And Cliff Olson's in the left-hand side running in the same class. The Chevelle goes to the 8th mile, 6:49, and the quarter mile, 10:33 at 126. Good enough to make that field. The left-hand side, 1384 at 95 miles an hour. Someone just pointed out that we could just do an 8th mile class at Drag Week. I would not recommend that. It would be just way too big of a disaster to try and run back and forth to the 8th mile versus quarter mile and keeping track of everybody's numbers. And I will personally say, my own opinion is, the last thing that this event needs is another class. So I don't think we'll see that happening. So check this out. Yep, that is a diesel in that 57 Ford pickup. He ran here last year, and I think he had an old school Cummins in it, and now it's got the common rail diesel in this thing. He's got an all-new turbo, all-new everything in his truck for this year. That's going to be David Workman. Oh, and I remember this guy, Dominic, in the 91 W350 on the left-hand side, obviously also a Cummins. This thing's really interesting to watch. He runs it in four-wheel drive, or he did last year a couple times. And their contribution to the environment is 1094 in the right-hand lane at 121 miles an hour and 1047 at 123 in the left-hand side. 1047 out of a full-size 4x4 pickup truck, old school, and 1094 from the new combo on Workman's 57. Zach Muji in the Corvette. Zach Wicks with the 2013 Mustang. Zach on the left, 1179. Zach on the right, 1127. 1127 for the Corvette. And the big old 67 442 is back. Rajveer Uhaja, I believe is his name. I remember talking to this guy at prior events. Can't wait to catch up with him and see what he's done to that big olds this year. Paul Llewellyn is in the other lane in the 2001 Corvette. And the Oldsmobile 1010 at 132 miles an hour. The Corvette 1019 at 132 miles an hour. A guy online says perhaps we could save some parts breakage by only running 1/8 mile instead of 1/4 mile. Breaking news, the difficulty here is the 1,000 miles, not quite as much as the track itself. People tend to brake on the short end of the track rather than the big end, other than people who are chucking pistons out of them, so I suppose we might save that difficulty. Once again, D, Delta Group, your lanes are open. Delta Group, your lanes are open. Matt Boonell's Camaro just went 1078 at 124. And John Powell's car on the right, 1202, 116. Now we've got Mike Reimers on the right and Randy Hammonds on the left. GT500 versus 2015 Corvette. See the trailer ball on the back of the Corvette? That's definitely a look that was born here at Drag Week. Race cars towing trailers, spare parts, tools, compressors, welders, all that stuff. The Mustang goes 10:06 at 134 miles an hour. Fantastic run for that Street Machine Eliminator class. The Corvette 1096 at 126. Reimer's car there, the GT500, last year was our pole position, our top of the ladder guy for Street Machine Eliminator. 10:04.88 last year, and he just went 10:06. Derek Motley in the Camaro, 1186 at 123 miles an hour. And Michael in the Dart went 1128 at 117. The Malibu, known as Betty White, on the left-hand side, goes 10:54 at only 101.97. Rick Cruz on the right, 12:03 at 115. Boom. He's back. Cody Helger there on the right has the most two-lane blacktop looking gasser that we've ever had here. He's in B gas. He is a past winner. And he goes 10:32 at 129 miles an hour in the left-hand lane, 11:50 at 121. Yep, Cody there in that 55 Chevy won in 2021 with an average of 10:33. So he's right on track with that, running 10:32 with a 6 just now. Christopher Vanderwalker on the left-hand side. He's got the Hellcat. We got the Pontiac in the right-hand lane. The Pontiac driven by Mike Ford goes 10:18 at 131, and the Hellcat running right in Hellcat, territory as far as we've seen at Drag Week, 11:16 at 123. Paul Mangelsdorf on the left-hand side in the 40 Chevy Coupe. Sandra Fontaine is back for another pass in the right-hand side. Sandra's Mustang, 12:02 at 117 miles an hour, while the 40 Chevy goes 13:22 at 111. That time the V10 Dodge truck was just not going to get a hold of the track. So he's going to roll it down slow while Bobby Admire goes 10.19 at 134 miles an hour in his late model GTO. Drew Glick is back with his V8 powered 2007 Mazda RX-8. You can see it under the hood right there. It appears to be an LS engine, judging by the coils on the valve covers, and yes it is. All right, I got a good eyeball on that. Nevertheless, it is running in the big block category. That means it's bigger than 430 cubic inches. We'll have to catch up and find out exactly how big that engine is. Roughly as big as the intercooler. Marianne Young's on the right-hand side with a 2019 Mustang. So the Mazda is in street race big block power adder. Well, the Mazda goes 726 to the 8th and 1138, 119 out the back, and there's no time on Marianne Young on the right-hand side. She may have rolled out of the beams before the tree was activated. Lynette Jankowski back in the left-hand side with her 78 Monte Carlo. David Gallimore in the yellow Chevelle. Lynette, 10:07, right at the top of Street Machine Eliminator. And Gallimore on the right-hand side, 11:49, 117. One thing that people ask me all of the time on the live feed is whether the guys from Street Outlaws have ever done this, and the short version is no. One time, we had Murder Nova show up here and break on the first day and leave. It was a long time ago. I think it was before the show was even on, but no, we have not seen that here at Drag Week. Someone asks, are electric cars allowed? Yes, they are. We don't actually have a class for any of them that would be super fast, to tell you the truth, but they can run in Street Machine Eliminator up to 10.0. Jay Grabiak's on the right with the 67 Nova, and Steve McNair on the left-hand side is back with that Cadillac that ran 14-something last time he was up. These are both Street Machine Eliminator cars. Someone online wants me to settle an argument. What's harder on parts, the burnout or the launch? It's going to go ahead and be the launch. Not a great one there from the Nova on the right-hand side, Jay Grabiak. He still goes 1097 at 127 miles an hour, and a significant improvement for McNair on the left-hand side, 1200 at 114. It's interesting at Drag Week, you often see people show up, and throughout the week, despite all the beating on their cars, they end up running personal bests, like their best time they've ever run. I don't think we're seeing any of that here today, but it is something that happens during the week. Dominic is back with a 555 big block, and I think a G-Force in the 55 Chevy. You'll see him banging gears as he goes down. Jason Stanford in the left-hand side in the 96 Camaro SS. Dominic brutalizing that thing as he goes down the track, and it's going to get to the 8th mile at 6:48. And 10:15 at 133 miles an hour for the 55 Chevy. Jason Stanford, the left-hand side, went 10:35 at 132. That was a Camaro SS. It reminds me of when I was a writer on Hot Rod Magazine. We had a guy who would always write SS Camaro or SS Impala, and we would get letters when people go, "It's not a ship. It is a Camaro SS, not an SS Camaro." Jeff Kurzik's on the left in a 2019 Charger RT. Dan Miller on the right in the 66 Chevelle. This thing's kind of an unusual color combo to me from the factory. It's like this light blue, blue interior, white top. I don't know why, it struck me as just a little bit different when I saw it in the tech lines yesterday. And Miller's 66 Chevelle goes 1386 at 98 miles an hour. And in the opposite lane, 14.0 at 96.69. Cody Lippick's truck in the right-hand lane, and the 87 Mustang Notch in the left-hand side's Adam Buntley. That's John Sally in the left-hand lane, one of the many guys who corrected his last name pronunciation for me yesterday. John Sally in the Sassy Grass Charger goes 11:29, and Robert Schmidt on the right-hand side, 12:53 at 1:06. This is a very cool story on the left-hand side. This is a younger guy who just loves the retro stuff. He races in the Southeast Gassers Association. He's got a 61 Falcon they run there, banging gears. And this Grumpy Jenkins car, which is a small block with a 4-speed. And the right-hand side, this is a fresh gasser car for us out of north of Boston. And it's another just like 350 Chevy and a stick. He's got a tunnel ram on it. It just looks great. The interior on that car is virtually flawless, pleat, looking just like it should back in the day. So Adam on the left-hand side goes 12:78, 110 with his Grumpy Jenkins looking thing. And on the right-hand side, the gasser 12:07 at 112. Ryan McCrowski on the left-hand side, Charlie Dale on the right. Charlie's got the 79 Camaro, Ryan's got the 69 GTO with LS power. Camaro's way out there, running 6:64 in the 8th mile, and the Camaro's quarter-mile time is 10:69 at 121. The LS-powered GTO, 12:77 at 113. So it's interesting. You would expect that GTO to be running in Street Machine Eliminator, but he's actually bumped himself up into the street race, small block, naturally aspirated class. Another one of those racers is sort of can run one of two classes and is trying to make the right choice for where he's going to get the best shot based on who else he sees in his class. Billy Gebhardt on the right-hand side in the 2015 Challenger, and Trevor Hawkins in what appears to be a 67 Valiant. Nope, 69 Valiant. Had to see it come by on the live feed before I could actually figure it out. The Valiant, 12:29 at 112. The Challenger, 12:30 at 111.3 miles an hour. Kyle Wimmer has got this 64 Buick Electra 225. This thing started out a few years ago at Drag Week Bone Stock, and I think, didn't they put nitrous on it or something? They were trying to get it into the 15s. Big ol' heavy tank of a car. We'll have to catch up with them. I'm sure they've got another fun story to tell us about their adventures on Drag Week. Andy Holloman on the right-hand side has got the 71 Chevy Nova. Both of these are Street Machine Eliminators. Obviously not running to get any kind of win in the Buick, just doing it for personal achievements and entertainment value. Hey everybody, if you're also curious about all of the rules for this, you can go to hotrod.com or actually just Google Hot Rod Drag Week 2023 rules. Yeah, that's how I have found it, and it'll take you directly there. You can find it on hotrod.com, but it is a little easier to Google it. You can find all of the rules for operations here at Drag Week, how it all works, how the drives work, and also for the individual vehicle classes, so that you can decide if you want to come in the future. 12:25, 112 out of the Nova, and the big Buick Electra goes 14:61 at 95 miles an hour. Kind of quick when you consider he's moving something the size of a house. He's like literally in the mobile home class with that thing. Bree Brewer in the 2017 Mustang, and Kevin Adams in the 94. Kevin's Mustang 1176 117, Bree 1617 at 82 miles an hour. Neil Jenks in the left-hand lane has been to Drag Week a bunch of times with this 67 Dart. He first started, it's a slant six car. He first showed up with a 318 in it, just trying to hit some personal goals like running 15s or something like that. Then he put a 360 in it, and it was pretty stout. Right now it has a late model 5.7 Hemi. It's an eagle-headed engine. He's got it carbureted on a big Ritter intake manifold. It's like a huge single plane. He said it made 426 horsepower to the rear wheels. So that's his new experiment this year, is the Gen 3 Hemi. Kevin Dunn in the 68 Chevelle in the other lane ran 12.12 at 112, and the Gen 3 Hemi 1291 coasting to 98 miles an hour. See the Dart banging gears there on the replay. On the live feed, rather. Kevin Jackson's in the left-hand side. He's been here a couple times with his 32 Ford 5-window coupe. It's a real steel car. He's just upgraded the engine, I believe, over the last season. Let's see what he does here. Colin Andrews is in the right-hand side in the 67 Nova. I love Kevin's 32. It's just got the right look for our hot rod class. Banging gears. And the 32 Ford goes 1273 at 105. The Nova 1285 at 105. Ken Walther's 70 Chevelle in Street Race Small Block NA on the left-hand side. Peter Hellwig is in the Corvette. He's running Street Machine Eliminator. Hellwig backing out of the lights. Meanwhile, Walther actually does have his car in drive, and it is 1695 at 84 miles an hour. People online asking understandably if Brian Loans will come rescue me tomorrow. Yeah, Loans should be here Tuesday through Thursday, and then I will be solo again on Friday here at Darlington. The quickest run so far today is 7:01. The white Fox Mustang convertible, Vanderhoof, 7:01. Yeah, I see my buddy Sam on the live feed asking if I will let him run the F-Rod at Drag Week. Yeah, if you want to do it without me, I'm all for it. Have at it. Actually, one of the things that you're going to see coming up is something that a lot of our Roadkill followers have asked us for, which is a shootout between Mike Finnegan's Blasphemy 55 Chevy and my F-Rod 1931 Ford Model A Coupe. They are both 850 cars, so we're finally going to go for it. Right there, you saw that Corvette roll 1655 at 108. Here comes a 66 GMC. I love the stance on this thing. I love that it's got the V6 badge on the fender. Do you remember the old 305 V6 GMC motor? They were kind of like a 409, the way the piston hung out of the deck and everything. They're kind of an interesting deal. In the right-hand lane, you got the 440 powered Gen 3 Charger. Yep, there's the V6 emblem. Our live feed guys on it. Must be excruciating to have to listen to my commentary so closely that you can actually go get the close-up shot. I appreciate that. That was Josh working the camera on that. Thanks very much, Josh. Thanks for what you do all day long. Brian Gebhardt in the 73 Charger. Our Spirit of Drag Week Award one year went to the entire Gebhardt family for everything that they've done for Drag Week and all the people they bring out and the attitude they bring with them. So we still appreciate those guys. And the Charger 1194 at 108. The GMC 1391 at 99 miles an hour, indicating it likely does not have the 305 V6 in it anymore. And if it does, I would need to meet that guy. Oh, I used to have a car just like this, a 1964 Ford Custom. He's calling this one a Galaxy 500, but it's a sedan. Mine was a Custom and a sedan, factory 289 car. That's a 74 Mercedes 450 SL in the other lane. Dallas Falcon driving that one. Craig Carlo in the 64 Ford. How come it looked like the Mercedes actually wanted to get out? That gave the illusion of acceleration there for a minute. The Ford 1233 at 109, the Mercedes 1413 at 95 miles an hour. If memory serves from prior years, the AMC Hornet on the left-hand side has got a small block Chevy under the hood. The Falcon on the other side is a great story of a car being pulled out of a literal junkyard. The owners told me that it had been jumped and had a lot of stuff smashed on it, but over the past, I can't remember, he said 7 weeks or 7 months, regardless, a real tight time frame, they threw the thing together just for Drag Week. That's Josh Jablonski with the Falcon. It's powered by a 347 stroker 302 based small block Ford. Michael Bogardus is back after, I don't know, I'm going to guess 5 years in this thing, the 77 AMC Hornet with a small block Chevy in it. The Hornet 1394 and the Falcon 1596 at 97 miles an hour. Here for the fun, not for the Gear Vendors Trophy. The right-hand side, 12.34 seconds at 109 miles an hour, and Rick Charters in the other lane, 14:34 at 80 miles an hour. Everyone knows that nitrous is the world's easiest power adder, and everyone knows that NOS is the #1 nitrous system. NOS offers the most complete line of nitrous systems for weekend warriors to all-out race cars. When you are looking for throttle in a bottle, go with NOS, the official nitrous sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. That is Scott Sublett leaving the line ahead of Isabella Segredo. Isabella's got the Chevy truck, and Scott has the Z28. He goes 12:35 at 73 miles an hour. She goes 16:75 at 76 miles an hour. I see some smack talk online of people going, why are these idiots running drag radials when obviously these things would be just as good on a hard tire? Well, if had you read the rules, you would know that you have to show up on track with a drag racing tire. We don't allow people out here tearing up the track with a treaded regular street tire. So there. C.B. Gilbert making noise in a 64 Chevy Nova wagon. And the other side, as I look it up by hand, James Dressler in the 99 Camaro. Got to apologize to everybody if it's been a little bit glitchy today on the name matchup with all of the cars. A lot of this stuff I am looking up by hand as quickly as I can as we go. We will get that resolved by the time we return here by the end of the week or sooner. Dressler's Camaro on the right-hand side, 1178 at 115 miles an hour and 1425 at 103 from the Nova wagon. Adam Green, left-hand side, 1260 at 108. Steve Hulbert on the other side, 1360, 100 miles an hour. Here comes a match race that's going to be going on all week long. They're going to try and pair these guys up next to each other. Why? Well, because they both have 1964 Pontiac Tempest wagons. John Snyder on the left, Garrett Bowles on the right-hand side, and I believe it's Garrett who's got a 6-liter under the hood. It's a bone stock, like 200,000 mile 6-liter LS. Yeah, it's the car you can see there with the hole in the hood with the Holly high ram sticking out just a little bit. And it appears to be just slightly sportier than the car in the other lane. I'm not sure if this is going to be much of a match race to really hang on the edge of the seat for throughout the rest of the week. Because one guy's running 1403 and eventually, wait, he'll get there, You've got 20.0062 seconds. Here's a fun fact to know and tell. You can come to Drag Week and do nothing but stage the car and back out and go away. All you have to do is break the beams, and you will get a 20-second pass. We do that for people whose cars are hurt, but they want to stay in competition. So that guy could have actually gotten a better ET had he broken the beams and then backed out and driven away. All groups, lanes are open. We are now into all run. You're going to start to see some of the fast stuff come back. The people who couldn't get down earlier in the day are going to be back. Mark Counts in the Not Farm Truck goes $12.99 at 105. Jeff Sixt in the 63 Studebaker, $15.92 at 83 miles an hour. I like the Studebaker pickup truck. They had really cool ones in the 50s, the ones that are more rounded off, different looking than that square one based on the Lark. We're now open to all run groups, A, B, C, D, on you. It's all open. Right now we are hinting towards, I'm not going to bring up our shutdown time. I am going to wait till Lonnie gives me the official rather than guessing and starting rumors. We do have a hard close time every day at Drag Week. It is a little bit flexible depending on what's been going on. We've had quite a bit of downtime today, and so he's extended the hours. Normally we do shut down earlier than this, try and give everybody a chance to get a run. Sometimes it is shorter than we have published. Sometimes the end hour is longer than we have published. So you got to listen and learn. But for right now, we're still running. People are asking me how many cars have left the track to do the drive. I would say many. There's probably half that are out of here, but that means we've still got a couple hundred cars, or high hundreds, ready to run here today. And there's a lot of the really fast cars who didn't do well in the morning who are going to come back and run here in the afternoon. Randy Giuliani, 68 Super B, 1159, 115. And the 71 Super B, Charger-based car on the right-hand side, 1168 at 115. Paul Fleury has got the big 4x4 pickup. Brian Clark is in the 2021 Mustang. So you notice that we make the truck run drag radials on the back. I think that's what he's got on there, because everybody's got to run a drag tire on the drive tire on the drag strip. Look at the axle wrap on that thing as it goes through the gears going down the track, like lift blocks or something, causing it to torque up. Brian Clark in the Mustang, 1307 at 111, and the pickup truck, 1526 at 90 miles an hour. Stephen French is in the 95 Camaro on the left-hand side. Trevor Slusser's got the crew cab Chevelle, 1965 model. The Chevelle goes 1293 at 117. The Camaro 1358 at 100. People are asking me what the quickest time of the day is so far, and it is Devin Vanderhoof in a 93 Mustang convertible in modified power adder rolled a 7:01. 7:01 is our low ET of the day so far. No one's been in the sixes. Michael Hennessy in the Volvo wagon. Unfortunately, not the Volvo wagon you were hoping for. It is not the gold brick, which I do not believe is in attendance here. He did come and win Roadkill Nights, however. Hennessy, 1560 at 100 miles an hour. The right-hand lane, 1580 at 82 miles an hour. Benjamin Dubbett in the 86 Olds 442. And Drew Smitherman on the left-hand side in the 77 Thunderbird. That's a T-Bird you don't see too often. That thing has girth. He's really enjoying the comfort of the Thunderbird in his leisurely drive down the 1320. Unencumbered by acceleration, the frustration of mile an hour. He goes 1898 at 75 miles an hour. On the right-hand side, that Olds 1148, 108. Our friend Chris from the Vibrolas band is here saying, come on, 15s in his 72 Vista Cruiser. I believe it's his second year here at Drag Week. They just had the engine out of this thing last week, and they got it cobbled back together in time to road trip from Kentucky to be here for this. And 1519. That's deep 15s, bro. You can get into the 14s with that thing. 1519, 87 miles an hour. On the other side, 1608 at 84 miles an hour. See, that's what disappointment looks like in the right-hand lane. Just glance over there at the top end and give that guy that knowing nod. Yeah, my junk's in the 15s. Ooh, is this the Escape? It is. Tyrus Cobb is back in the 2009 Ford Escape. If I recall last year, this is one that has just been gutted in order to be faster. Believe that's the right one. Somebody online will give me the fact check on that. Brent Webb on the other line. It's a father and son deal. They actually pulled this 2000 Mustang out of a junkyard and got it going. And they're out here racing the thing. It's not the first drag and drive that they've been to. It's not fast, but it's fun. Personal accomplishment. It's what it's all about. Good time with your kids. The Escape, 1423 at 99 miles an hour. The 2000 Mustang, 1329 at 108. And now we present a Chevy Corvette with a roof rack and a 2014 Jag XKRS GT. Jody Ames is out first in the Jaguar. Wesley Kawaja on the left-hand side. Man, the Jaguar put the stink on the Corvette. 12:14 at 1:15 for the Jag and 12:43 at 1:12 for the Vet. This 57 Chevy sedan delivery right here looks like all cool and retro and tunnel rammy and stuff. It does have an LS under the hood. Hunter Hayes. Then on the left-hand side, Jason Linky's got the 51 Ford four-door sedan. The Ford running in the B gas category, and the 57 Chevy and Street Machine Eliminator. '57 Chevy, 1557 at just 71 miles an hour, and 1568 at just 78 miles an hour in the other lane. That's the kind of pass I call on-ramp. Ben Hunter making it happen in the GTO, 12:06 at 1:14. Darren Keck never left the line in his LTD wagon. $13.41, 103 miles an hour. You know, I was saying earlier you can do Fast TV to watch all of the MotorTrend shows for free. Here are the apps where you can do that. Samsung TV Plus, Zumo, Vizio Watch Free, Amazon Freevee, Plex, Roku, and Google TV. Can you imagine me saying that sentence out loud like 15 years ago? People would ask, what language are you speaking? Samsung, Zumo, Vizio, Amazon Freevee, Plex, Roku. George Wright, he's got the Duster out here. And Matt Helms is in the C1500. My screen says 1970 Duster. My eyeball says 1974 Duster, maybe 73. See how it did that like Mopar bounce, lifted the body, lifted the tire, didn't go anywhere, and then finally took off to a 271 60-foot time. In the other lane, The C1500 just ran 1174 at 114 miles an hour. The Mopar 1466 at 92 miles an hour. Chris Wozniak here on the right-hand side is pretty cool. He's got his uncle's old 68 Firebird built in the early 80s. Guess this thing sat around for a long time with his uncle waiting for his sons to want the car. They never did, so he passed it on to his nephew here, Chris. It's got a 327 Chevy and a 4-speed. Oh, you know what? Sean Lemieux on the other side, I think this is that stick shift swapped 89 Pontiac Safari wagon. The wagon, 1205 at 113. The 327 Chevy in the Firebird, 1472 at 95 miles an hour. And the wagon is huffing and puffing down, or did huff and puff down at the big end, so we're going to see what's going on with that. Or not. Paul Nichols in the actual Nomad. John Sally in the Sassy Grass Charger. 1130 at 121 miles an hour. 1384 at 93 for the Nomad. I was almost hoping for an LS swap on the BMW, but listen to that. Don't think so. That's George Hill. It's a 2002 BMW 325 IT. 1342 at 105 miles an hour. The left-hand side Trans Am, 1264 at 110. Michael Cavallaro on the right-hand side, 88 Ford Mustang. Brian Decker in the 83 C10 pickup on the other side. Both these guys have been here before. It's interesting, we are back into an all-run session right now. And it looks like the really fast guys are way back of the pack or still in the lanes fixing their stuff. I do see some hardcore cars, but we're still running out a lot of the slower ones right now. It's a tough deal for the fast cars when they have something go wrong early in the day, even if they get 2 passes in, because they got a lot of work to do before they can get back at the end of the day, and weather can really affect them at that point. They miss their opportunity to get their best number. The Mustang 1158 at 123.49 miles an hour, and the C10 1580 at 82. There have been long discussions for years about whether Drag Week should have some sort of a cutoff and not allow slower cars. And ultimately, everybody on staff decided, no, that's not really the spirit of the thing. There's plenty of the people who are out here doing this for the experience, for the personal reward, for their friends, and there's many people who started in these slower class cars and have moved up and are running some of the quicker stuff now. It's also fairly impossible to monitor in pre-registration to try and have some cutoff and say, nah, we're only going to have cars that are in the 8s at this event. And if you did that, you'd also end up with a much smaller crowd. A lot of these slower cars also end up being really entertaining by the end of the week. We end up doing shootouts of like the air-cooled Volkswagens. We always do like the race to the bottom to see who's got the slowest car. There's guys like this right here with the supercharger on their wagon. This thing's not particularly slow, but it's also not a 7-second car, but it's just fun to watch. 1032, 134 miles an hour on the left-hand side was 1245 at 106. Here's something a lot of people don't know about. If you are a subscriber to the MotorTrend app, is where you can watch all of the MotorTrend shows, the same ones that appear on cable TV, and way more because the entire archive is on there. But you also have access to scans of every single page of Hot Rod Magazine since 1948. It's a super cool feature of the app. It works really well. I use it frequently for research, and you can just surf through it and find out the way things were in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s. It's super cool. You just download the MotorTrend app, and you subscribe, and you get all of the TV shows that you can see on cable TV, plus all of those scans. And I understand they're working on adding some extra magazines to that, probably in a year or so. So there's just a lot to do on the MotorTrend app. Oh, here's the other thing about the app. MotorTrend is the exclusive home of Mecum auctions. You'll be able to watch complete coverage of the Mecum auctions live on MotorTrend TV and MotorTrend Plus, which is the app. You can also view the bidders feed, extra content, and replays on the MotorTrend app. So that's all about Mecum auctions. Editorial rant incoming. Reading the comments online and just comments in general on all social media, you see a lot of people who are complaining, oh, drag racing is dying. Tracks are closing. NHRA is dead. Those are the same people who are on here going, yeah, you shouldn't let any 12-second cars run here. It's too boring. All right, you can't have it both ways. People want to come drag race regardless of what car they have, and then if you want to judge them that their car's not quick enough, how will they ever get quick enough to learn and to come do it? And furthermore, do you know that the NHRA race this weekend in Reading was sold out? You know how many sold out events NHRA has had this year? You know how many other drag racing series are going on that are successful and making money? Do you know that there are more drag strips active in the country now than there were in the so-called heyday? It's not dying. You just need to support it and stop letting it be the most self-loathing sport that there is by complaining about it all the time. So that is why we allow all these cars to show up at Drag Week. Rant over. Question online, is Drag Week a closed event or can fans attend? Absolutely. For 20 bucks, you can walk in the gate every single day and see what's going on here. So come on down. Another point on the whole drag racing is dying thing. If that were true, how are there all of a sudden 31 drag and drive events? If you're complaining that there's no grassroots drag racing, that's it. Because the thing is, you don't even have to be a drag racer to come to these drag and drive events because it's not actually drag racing. It's time trials. You don't have to cut a light. You don't have to beat somebody in the other lane. And that's what makes it so accessible. That and the fact that you don't have to run a full series to win any kind of championship. You can win in 1 week and never participate again the entire rest of the year and still be your own personal champion. I think that's what's made this really take off, is it's so accessible. And you go to any of these events and see the variety of cars that show up because the class rules are comparatively loose. As a matter of fact, I think there should be fewer classes and they should be looser. But there's all kinds of different stuff. I mean, where do you see imports mixing it up with late models, mixing it up with old muscle cars, lots of LS swaps, a whole bunch of actual Pontiac-powered stuff here? No, I think that's what makes this stuff just so cool. 31 drag and drive events going on this year between here and Europe and Australia. Someone asked, what's my favorite track this year on Drag Week? I don't know, because you know what? I haven't been here since 2018. I haven't been to Rockingham since the 90s. And I know that I love Bristol to death. So we'll see by the end of the week which one ends up being the right day. A lot of it for me will also hang on what happens that day, what kind of tensions we see on the track, what kind of successes we see from people. You know, we've yet to see a 6-second run. If that goes down tomorrow or the next day, then that is going to add a whole lot of cachet to that day in my mind. Now I got people ranting on here about where's the crowd. Well, actually, we had a packed grandstand on the right-hand side earlier today. The thing about Drag Week is it's very market-specific. We go into some places where we'll jam, I think we had like 3,500 people at one time at Great Lakes, or more than that. I mean, we'd pack them in. Actually, there was way more than that. I think that's just what they paid us for. There was probably double that. So it depends on what track we're at, because also you got to remember, we're doing this in the middle of the week. Everyone who's here called in sick. We affect the local economy because there's like no one running actual businesses while we're here. So yeah, we did have a packed grandstand on the right-hand side earlier today, but after the quick car runs, people tend to go out and walk around the pits and things like that. So come on out. There is no separate pit pass. You can walk around the pits all you want. You can even come out on Tech Day. We had a bunch of spectators here yesterday while we were just doing tech in the rain. So yeah, come on out and witness Drag Week any day this week. Where are we even going? Tomorrow, Rockingham. Day after that, Bristol, then Carolina Dragway, where I also have never been, and then back here to Darlington. So once again, Rockingham, Bristol, Carolina Dragway, and back here to Darlington on Friday. Okay, here's another Freiberger axiom, which is cars doing cool things are way, way better than cars looking like cool things. In other words, you're home on the computer, typing into the keyboard, complaining about the cars that you are seeing here on the track. They are out here doing it. And if you're home polishing your car and you never use it, then breaking news, these people are in fact better than you. So that's another thing, is the cars out here that are slower, I give them all credit for being here. Like Keith Turk always says, you got to get off the couch. My other axiom is don't get it right, just get it running. Man, is there a lot of that goes on during Drag Week. Some of this fantastic stuff breaks, and they'll do whatever it takes to get it back together and keep on the road. The other spirit that you see here is even these guys with 12 or 11 second cars, a lot of them will battle into the ground in order to just keep going for the victory of finishing the week. Hey, look, more racing, less complaining. Right-hand lane, 866, 158.79 miles an hour. The left-hand guy, 1087 at 130. I dig Randy Stewart's, or Seward, I always say Stewart. Randy Seward's car in the right-hand lane. Cool color, cool notch. Kimball Hodge on the left-hand side, 69 Camaro. Seward's Mustang is hunting for that 850 number to be competitive in street race small block power adder. Somebody needs a drinking game for how often I stumble my way through the name of that class. He's off with a 1:35 short time to the 8th mile at 5:47. And a quarter mile, 8:52.00 at 160. Not too far off the mark. And didn't activate the tree in no time on the left-hand side. Okay, now Kimball's going to run it. .10:35, 133 miles an hour. Okay, Cody Walker real serious with his 2019 Hellcat there on the left-hand side. And you got Mark White on the right-hand side with the Camaro SS. I think this is the Challenger that went into the 9s earlier. What's going on? Backing him up. Camaro's down with a 1041 at 129.80. Someone online said, is there a link with all of the driver's data, pass information? Yes. Tomorrow morning you will get an Excel file with everybody's runs. Well, actually, it won't be every single pass. It will only be the best ET that they handed in with their time slip. And that comes from Tanya Turk, and she'll be posting it on hotrod.com. It could be up late tonight, more likely tomorrow morning. And that's your guy, 978 at 140 miles an hour with the wide body. Frank Romano back again with his 55 Chevy. Third pass of the day. Aaron Gerke also back. See, this is where you start seeing these guys who weren't happy with their runs earlier in the day. There's still a lot of them in lanes. There's a lot left to see. Both of them banging gears. Frank getting down to the 8th mile, 6:14. There's the number he was looking for, 961 at 141. He was in the 10s earlier today in that 55 Chevy on the left. And on the right-hand side, the little Ranger went 1063 at 132 miles an hour. Now we're back with Dustin Trance on the right-hand side. Remember, this is the guy who's trying to back up victories in the street race small block power adder class. He's been in the 850s twice earlier today, but not close enough to 8.50, so that's what he's hunting for. That's Janice Wicks on the left-hand side. She's got a 2016 Shelby. Remember, the red light does not matter. It doesn't count against you here at Drag Week in the time trial. He goes 543 to the 8th, 85024. That's what he's looking for. Trance is going to be happy with that deal. And now we're probably going to have to see Honk come back and see if he can get better than that. It's what makes this class great. Let me just run through what Dustin Trance ran last year. First day, 805.6. Second day, 8506, then 8522, 8500, 8530, 8514. So you can see that's the type of performance it takes in this class to win. That's a solid 85024. Brian Acton's Nova on the right-hand side. Jim Weiser, 84 Monte Carlo, another pair making second rounds. Second passes. .545 in the 8th for the Nova, 85251. Look how tight that is to Trance, but not close enough. Michael Bogardus on the other side went, Jim Weiser on the other side went 95995 at 143. Bogardus is in fact in the burnout box now with his AMC Hornet with small block Chevy power. Nathaniel Mahoy is in the right-hand side with his 80 Monza Spider, and if memory serves, that is the racer who was looking for a caliper bolt earlier in the day. So either they've solved it or they've got no front brakes going on. He says they've solved it, right? Or do you have no front brakes? Yes, solved. All right, brace yourself for the battle of the 70s Melee's economy cars. Both now with small block Chevy power. You know, there was a time when the Chevy Monza was actually a killer land speed race car because they are aerodynamic and have a small frontal area. The problem is they're a short wheelbase and they tend to spin out. This one tends to blow a lot of black smoke. The Hornet, 1318 at 103, and 1318 also for the Monza at 104. That was 131885 to 131882. Stephen Calloway's got the 2006 Mustang, and Cody Lippick is in the 95 2500 truck. Man, I remember when the 2005 Mustang came out, it was just like the greatest. The retro styling was so hip at the time. We were selling magazines at Hot Rod when that thing came out. The truck, 1196 at 113. Problems in Stephen Calloway's lane, 1350 at 74 miles an hour. The lanes will close at 3:30. I've gotten the official word. 3:30 will be our shutoff time today. You must be in lanes at 3:30 if you expect to make a pass. And you can't linger in lanes rebuilding your transmission or swapping your blower or anything like that. There will be a countdown. You will get a ruling from Lonnie Grimm at that point. But you do need to be in lanes, and we will run out the lanes if you are there by 3:30. Marianne Young back, leaving the line way ahead of John Koziel. He's got the truck, she's got the Mustang. Marianne, 1067, 130.93 miles an hour. The truck, 1160, 102 as we got Glenn Hunter back. We've got Scott Miller back. A couple of past winners here, multiple time winners, both needing to improve their times to look good this week. Glenn Hunter's car here, the 56, should be low 7-second capable here at Drag Week. Scott Miller, deep nines with a naturally aspirated Ford FE. Glenn pedaling the thing out there, I think. 1-3 short time, 570 to the 8th, 9-0 for Glenn. That's not working out. Didn't work out very well for Miller either with a 1082, 105. Rough times. The question now is, do you let that stand? Do you study what the other people in your class have done? Or do you come on back before 3:30 when lanes close? These cars do have another opportunity if they can get back in lanes in 15 minutes. 15 minutes to get back in lanes. That's a challenge for both of those racers who have not run what they wanted to run here at Darlington. Phil Greatorex on the right-hand side has got the CUDA. Ralph Rugg has got the 86 D150. These are both Street Machine Eliminator cars. Trying to get on the ladder, which is not looking great for either one of them at this point. 11:04 is a maybe for the CUDA. 11:36 is kind of squeaking into the no thank you lane on the 86 D150 of Ralph Rugg. $5,979 people watching right now. I hope every single one of you come back tomorrow as we race in Rockingham so you can see more racing, more wheels up action, I'm guessing. Perhaps another rant or two. And Brian Loans, that's right, Loans will be back tomorrow, so that's worth tuning in for. Charlie Dale's 79 Camaro on the left-hand side got out 1:41 short time. He goes to the 8:6:30. Quarter mile on the Camaro, 9.9965. Too quick. You can only hand in a 10.0 time slip in that class. He goes 131 miles an hour. The right-hand side, the S10 went 11:46 at 1:08. You ask, why can you only hand in a 10.0 time slip? It's not an index class. It's actually a bracket race where you cannot go quicker than 10.0. And the whole thinking there is if you're quicker than 10.0 consistently, we would really like to see you running in one of the other classes. We got 123 cars in Street Machine Eliminator, and it would be nice to bump more of the sandbaggers into an actual so-called heads-up class. I call them heads-up. It's not heads-up racing, but it's more like cutthroat for ET than it is just trying to get on a 32-car ladder. I think the truck just improved his number, 1019 at 135. And Bree Brewer's Mustang, 1599 at 83 miles an hour. Once again, thank you, Gear Vendors, Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Holly NOS, VP Racing Fuels, and Edelbrock for your support of Hot Rod Drag Week. Ryan Machkowski in the left-hand side in the 69 GTO, the LS Power. Steve Winningham coming back in the right-hand lane. Winningham, a heavy hitter, an all-motor small block, but runs 983 at 147. Meanwhile, the GTO 1267 114. I think that's an improvement on the GTO's prior run. Mike Reimer's in the right-hand side, last year's low ET winner, or low ET. Sorry, got distracted. For Street Machine Eliminator, and he's working on doing it again. Yes, 10.0566. That's the kind of number you need to be number one on the list for Street Machine Eliminator. Neil Jenks is back in his Dodge Dart. This is the Dart that has run with a 318, a 360, and now a Gen 3 Hemi. He's got a stick in this thing. Phil Tobin's in his 93 Vet on the right-hand side. The Vet is running all-motor big block. Yeah, and Tobin's having the same difficulties that we saw him with earlier in the day, but this time he knows he's got to pedal it on down and do his best to get a number in because he probably can't make it back to the staging lanes. He goes 10.43 at 147. The Dodge Dart 12.61 at 106. William Heath is back, making another run in his Pro Street naturally aspirated 500 cubic inch big block Mopar Plum Crazy 71 Plymouth Duster. Peter Hellwig's on the left-hand side in the 04 Corvette. All right, 11.43 on the Pro Street car, 12.39 on the Corvette. Colin Andrews has got that 67 Nova. The population density of 66 and 7 Novas at Drag Week is kind of mind-boggling. You see more of them here than you do in most places. 1266 at 105.98 miles an hour. And on the left-hand side, Ken Walther, I think he improved his number on his Chevelle. He ran 1491 at 99 miles an hour. Chad Garut, 67 Mustang. Street Race Big Block Power Adder car. Mark Campbell on the left-hand side. Street Race Small Block Power Adder car. 956 at 154, and the 67 Mustang went 1059 at 114. David Deal's Mustang. Matthew Tracy's 71 Corvette. Super Street small block power adder car on the right-hand side. Super Street meaning they are not limited to 850. He can go quicker than that if he's got the cage for it. And a modified power adder car on the left-hand side. The modified category is not split up between big block and small block. Ooh, and unable to pedal it down, which is going to hurt his chances badly for the rest of the week. The Corvette runs down to 985, 136.49 miles an hour. And Deal just wasn't even a player from the start. Here comes Tab Scott again. Now, if my memory serves, I think he went 877 earlier in the day, and I thought he would stand on that, especially since I'm not sure he's got competition that's in that neighborhood. Once again, this is our all-motor small block superhero here in the right-hand side. Michael Good is in the left in the Malibu. All right, a 124 60-foot. And Tab Scott goes to the 8th at 556, and he runs 875 at 154 miles an hour with a naturally aspirated small block. The left-hand lane, 1099 at 124 miles an hour. So I believe that is just a fractional improvement for Tab Scott. Robert Anders in the Chevette. Chris Mary in the 94 Mustang. The LS-powered Ultimate Iron Chevette. So Ultimate Iron, you'll remember, is going to be a stock body on a full tube chassis, which is what this Chevette is. So he doesn't really stand to win class unless there's attrition that puts him near the top. There's just much more hardcore cars in the class. But we love him coming out here and playing around with his Chevette anyway. And he used to do fantastic wheel stands, but now he's got an iron block and some weights on the front bumper. And let's see if he's got it calmed down or not. Chris Mary on the right-hand side, another street race small block power adder class, our largest class outside of Street Machine Eliminator. There goes the Chevette. That thing's fun. 1:30 short time. 8th mile on the Chevette, 6:32. And then nothing. So the Chevette coast to 11:35, and in the right-hand lane, another coaster, 13:0 at 67. If anybody can help out Mark Cicino, he needs a hand. He's only about 5 miles out from the track, and he has wasted a small block Chevy electric water pump. So he is looking, I think he may specifically want a Mazir 55 gallon per minute pump. But if you can help him out with a water pump for a small block Chevy, come on up here, and we will give you Cicino's number. Looks like we got Dukapolsky back in the right-hand side, Dennis Rally in the left-hand side. Chevelle, 1051 at 124.04. The Mustang, 1057 at 126. Darren Ambrose is back. Street Race Big Block, naturally aspirated in the orange car. Edward Davalos is in the left-hand side in the 68 Camaro. 68 Camaro got out harder than I expected him to, actually. Ambrose got out a little slower than I expected him to. Ambrose goes 969 at 148, and the Camaro 1198 at 111 on a big-inch tire. I mean, you know, a 17-inch rim is what I'm trying to say. Kind of left pretty hard. And lanes are closed. It is officially 3:30 and lanes are closed. We will run out the cars that are in lanes, but if you were in the pits hoping to make a run, you just blew it. Joel Burke just left the starting line in his Mustang. Tom Ressler hung out for a little while, but decided to go ahead and make a pass in his 07 Colorado. The Mustang, 925, 153. The Colorado, 944, 142. And Tom Bailey is back. He did not stand on that last run. He and Steve Morris out here to get serious. They've already had this engine in pieces 2 days ago. This is his third or fourth pass today. No one here has yet run in the sixes. Our quickest pass of the day so far, Devin Vanderhoof, 7:01. So can Bailey outrun a 7:01 on this pass while tripping over the wheelie bar for Steve Morris? Can our 5-time winner on his 10-year anniversary of his first win run quicker than 7:01 on day one of drag week? Eighth mile, 6:69. What just happened? Sorry. I was looking at the wrong lane. That's what you get, hashtag amateur announcer. And there you go, 674 at 203 miles an hour. I was looking at data for the wrong Camaro. The other Camaro, by the way, 1048 at 128. But there you go, the quickest run of drag week thus far, 67497 at 203.07. John Sally, go back to the Roadkill tent where you turned in your time slip and see Tanya, please. John Sally, we need to see you over there at the time slip tent. And Goldstone is back with Monique Allen in the right-hand side in the 77 Corvette. Brian Goldstone, your multiple-time Ultimate Iron winner, is back in the 73 AMC Javelin with twin-turbo, big block Chevy conventional head power. Or at least it was the last time I looked at that car last year. And Goldstone 451 to the 8, 683 out the back. He does not catch Bailey, but there's the second 6-second run you have seen today. 68375 at 210.28 miles an hour. 1081 at 121 in the opposite lane. There you go. It's right down to the very end, but you just got 2 6-second passes at Drag Week. That means we still have capability of running an all 6-second week. $999.55 for the Nova. And $14.23 at 100 miles an hour for Fred in the old Ford truck. This is going to be good. Trunkett is back with his Duster. This is the Big Block Power Adder 72 Duster of Rich Trunkett. Yeah, watch the green Duster. He did not make it down last time. He's going to try and improve his number right now, man. This is what I mean by the quick cars coming down to the very end. And he's out a little bit soft, and he's done. Yeah, 10:16, 137. Off pace for that car. 1077 at 124 in the right-hand lane for the 67 Camaro. Paul Fleury is up here with his big truck. John Powell's up here with his little truck. There's the big one on the live feed, the 4x4. Yeah, you can see he's got slicks on the back of it because we do require that. The last thing we would want on the line is a mud tire. There's your close-up on the M&H. Little backfire for Flair in between gears, and the S10 goes 1173 at 117. The 4x4, 1525 at 90 miles an hour. You think I was getting sassy earlier? Wait for this. Tanya is not taking it anymore. She and her team are leaving the track 30 minutes after the very last run, no matter what. So that is a nag to get your time slip in. It's over by the toter home underneath the roadkill tent. Left side, 856, 160.49 miles an hour. On the right-hand side, 1250 at 107.97. Brian Clark in the left, Benjamin Dubbett in the right. Dubbett's getting down with his 4.42. I think that's an improvement on what he's done earlier. Maybe not now. Yep, 1189 at 92 miles an hour. Was sounding strong in the front half. Then stuff went away. 1302 at 112.5 in the left-hand side. Steve Tilley has got the older truck, and the 2002 Silverado is Craig White. These are two Street Machine Eliminator cars. We do have some faster cars still coming up. Obviously, we already saw Bailey and Goldstone. think those are the last 6-second cars you're going to see for the day, but I think we do have something else for you in the 7s and 8s kind of neighborhood. And the trucks saunter down to a 1577 on the left-hand side and a 1672 on the right. Those are the type of guys whose presence I was defending earlier. Slow cars, having fun. Dominic's back again with his bang-shifting big block 55 Chevy. And we got no time. Right-hand side, 1276 at 111. Just a reminder, the lanes closed 9 minutes ago. If you're driving towards lanes, you're driving the wrong direction. The lanes are closed. Trevor Slusser on the right-hand side, 1144 at 122. Matthew on the left-hand side, 1186 at 114.77. Nearly 6,200 people watching worldwide right now as we come to the very end of day 1 of Drag Week 2023, which is presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. We also have support from all of the companies that you are out there buying stuff from anyway, like Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, Molly Motorsports, Holly NOS, VP Racing Fuels, and Edelbrock. Chris Nelson's going to use up a little bit at the end of our day here. Once he's off track, we can get another pair down. The Gebhardt Challenger 1296, George Hill's BMW 1296. And they both ran 107 miles an hour. Michael Cavallero is back in the left-hand side with the 88 Mustang. And Bart, whose last name I've never attempted to actually pronounce, is in the 98 Trans Am on the right-hand side. The Mustang on the left, 1142 at 123.59. And in the right-hand side, 1241 at 111 for the Trans Am. Have we seen this truck yet? I think if we did, I missed it. Travis Beach in the nice looking 1970 F100. Chris Wozniak on the right-hand side in the Firebird. Truck is slick. And the truck goes 12.22 at 113. Wozniak not doing, well, he's not doing better at all than his last run. He goes 16.62 at 79. Seward back again with the 91 Mustang. Little notch on the left-hand side. Jason Rousseau on the right-hand side in the Malibu. Seward's Mustang, 85158 at 161. The Malibu, 9.85 at 157.73. Sounds like we got about 20, a little more than 20 cars left. Cody Walker coming back again with his fire-breathing Hellcat, this thing having already run deep into the nines twice. Brian Acton is back with his 70 Nova. The Hellcat wide body set on kill. The hoods on these things look like an old Pontiac Firebird Formula to me. Acton's Nova, 853, 158, and no improvement for the Hellcat as he goes 10.25 at 138. Bogardus is back making laps with his small block AMC Hornet. Nick Mancini is here with his 85 Cutlass. The Cutlass is running Street Race Big Block Power Adder, a class that is often slower than Street Race Small Block Power Adder, unusually enough. Not quite nicking that 8.50 time that the small blocks do. Bogardus is in Street Race Small Block Naturally Aspirated. Obviously a car who thinks that he can play a better game in that class than he can in Street Machine Eliminator. And that's the interesting thing. He may have a 13-second car, but who knows if he comes in third place in that class where he doesn't even make the field in Street Machine Eliminator. Mancini in the Cutlass, 874 at 155. And there's the first 12 I think we've seen out of the Hornet today, 1295 at 103. Scott Miller is going to continue flogging his FE. Good on him for getting back in lanes. You saw him come up here earlier and just not get down, and man, he must have hustled back into the line. Two 6-second cars today, Goldstone and Bailey. This is also not going to be the pass that Scott Miller was looking for with that Cougar. He just spun the tire on it, 999 at 144. David Fontaine on the left-hand side, 1024 at 138. Aaron Gerke's Ranger, Ralph Ruggs 86 D150, the big Dodge. The Ranger's running in modified power adder. Thing's pretty stout. Triple bouncer wheelie. Third one was a paper slipper, but still. 982 at 139 miles an hour for the Ranger. And a pretty quick full-size truck, 1146 at 107 for Rugg. Steve Winningham is back. His all-motor small block flamed Mustang there hasn't done anything he wanted it to do yet today. Nathaniel Mahoy is in the right-hand side in the Monza. Winningham's going to have to drive that thing down hard as he can on 1:59 short time. He goes to the 8, 6:22, and out the back, 9:56 at 148 miles an hour. The Monza, 13:14 at 1:05. Boy, Phil Tobin's have a rough run of luck with his NA big block Corvette over there, big block class. He just has not gotten a hold of the track on any pass today, and this is his last opportunity. Left-hand side. Then, of course, you got the GT500 on the right-hand side. He's not going to get that 10-0 pass that he's been wanting. Well, maybe he is. I thought he was left before the tree was activated, or that he was going to back out. All right, Tobin, finally, there you go. 1:47 60-foot time, a 9:16 at 153 miles an hour, his best run of the day. The GT500, he just sort of bailed out of that. He had a really poor 60-foot because of rolling the light. Ran a big mile an hour, but no ET. David Deal made it back in the Super Street small block Power Adder Mustang. He's in the left. The right-hand side, Neil Jenks with his Gen 3 Hemi Dart. And Deal with the 8700 at only 119. Just when you think it's the last pair, they keep on coming. Trunkett is back after this pair. This pair is Chris Mary on the left, John Mankia on the right. Okay. Chris Mary goes 5:48 to the 8, 8:54 at 159 miles an hour all the way out the back. Mankia 10:13 at 133. This is going to be yet another stab by Richard Trunkett on the right-hand side. Doug Kistler in the left has the 72 Nova Street Machine Eliminator. And we're going to see if the Turbo Mopar can make it happen. Well, he gets out with a 1:37. His 8th mile, 5:15. Quarter mile, 7:908 at 164.90. Putting it together at the very last second. 7:90 from the Turbo Mopar. 10:66 in the left-hand side. Now this final car of the day is a pretty good story. This thing has a NASCAR engine in it, and it had a G-Force 5-speed in it and a slipper clutch. He blew up the clutch yesterday, went through tech with no transmission in the car. He's got it cobbled together now, and he only has 5th gear. So he just launched this NASCAR engine in 5th gear. Now the question is, will he get down track quicker than 20 seconds? Yes, I think he's going to, because otherwise he could have just broken the beams and taken the 20-second penalty and remained in drag week competition, but instead he does the noble thing and earns himself a little time as he goes 19:59 at 78 miles an hour. Now that's a guy who's going to do everything it takes to put that car back together overnight, and we hope to see him again tomorrow as this whole circus proceeds on the street to the next racetracks. We are going to be in Rockingham tomorrow. If you want to follow us right there on the map, on the street, and see all these guys drive by, then go ahead and go to hotrod.com and you can get those maps. You can also get all of the results either very late tonight or more likely tomorrow morning. And of course, you're going to want to come back to the live feed tomorrow. We're going to do it all week long. Tomorrow's going to be way more entertaining with Brian Loans on hand, and we're going to have a lot of fun the whole rest of the week. Thank you very much to Gear Vendors and all the other sponsors for making this happen. We're going to hit the road. We'll see you tomorrow.